welcome back everyone, welcome back to another day, another week, another month here of the Rex Madness, the Rex April Madness Group D. I'm of course host Live VIP. With me I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by their plushies as well. Welcome one and all to the group stage of the Rex April Madness. This is an event that's been going on all month, all of April. Last week we had Group A and Group B, this week we have Group C, and now Group D, the final group of the group stage. And here we go, we have 4 players ready for us here tonight. So we're going to be featuring MaxPax, ByuN, ByuN, and Rogue. Here we go, and spawning in the right hand corner of Starchild, we have our Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, the Tuna Terran himself. For Team Vitality, it is ByuN. Hey, and if you're in the chat, you know what it is? You know what time it is, baby. You know what time it is? It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, on who you think will come out on top and make it through into the winners match. Here we go. For some greater context here of the group itself, 4 players enter, 2 players do advance on into the playoffs, and this is not round robin, this is GSL format. What does that mean? That means we have 5 series in total. We have our first 2 matches, then we have the winners match, then the elimination match, and then the decider match at the end. Let's go. Let us go. Initially, we do have our best of 3s. We have best of 5s later on in the evening, so do not worry. We will sink our teeth into the rest of the group momentarily. And likewise, again, this is the final group of the group stage. Next week is the playoff bracket. Next week, it's 2 days of playoffs, the initial quarterfinals, then semis, then grand finals thereafter. Until then, we're jumping in. We're jumping into our first series here. So far, Economic Opener out of ByuN, likewise a Gate Cyber Expand out of MaxPax. Here we go. Again, exciting news on the horizon when it comes to our map pool. If you haven't tuned in, this is one of the custom map. This is a custom map pool here for this tournament. Starchild is an older TLMC 17 map, but what I mean by that, we did go over it last night during the podcast. We do have a fresh map pool on the horizon here. TLMC 20 did conclude. And on Team Liquid, we have confirmation that those working behind the Team Liquid map contest now have a little bit more authority and are constructing and deciding on which maps to add to the new map pool. So exciting news on the horizon. So far, they have listed what they currently plan on releasing as new maps, but they are open to, or they're still getting feedback when it comes to what maps to add and how to refine the overall map pool and what to conclude and what to settle on. So exciting news on the horizon. I believe the new map pool is set to release before EWC. Before EWC, which means most likely before the EWC qualifiers as well. Which I don't think we have dates on. I don't think we have dates on the qualifiers yet, but once we do, then we'll have a better idea of kind of when the map pool will drop. Until then, though, we're able to enjoy and embrace one of the more newer maps, or I guess more unorthodox or different maps in the map pool here, like Starchild. Now, when it comes to Starchild, this is a larger map of the map pool. Again, Economic Opener out of ByuN so far. Just keeping up with the adepts, keeping up with the shades. But this is a macro map. We have a very long rush distance by ground, a lot of bases to be taken as well. But what's important here is that these bases are very accessible in a longer game state, whether it's attack avenues, attack paths into the 4th base, knocking down these rocks, attack paths into the 3rd, in between the 3rd and the linear 3rd base, as well as the triangular 3rd as well. So again, it's a little more of an accessible map here to make it more difficult to turtle up and to hunker down. Until then, we do have our adepts at threading shades, and so far ByuN is keeping up with said adepts. He does get his base up and running. No bunker, which is a bit of a bold move here from ByuN. We'll see if MaxPax can abuse that. For now, he does get deflected. For now, ByuN is keeping up. Back at home, our build of choice, Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener into Blink. How many gateways? We have 2 gates. 2 gates for the time being. Most likely 2 gate into a 3rd. Yep, there it is. 3rd base now on the way. So Economic Opener out of MaxPax. Likewise, Economic Opener out of ByuN. Oh. As behind this tank production has begun, going for 2nd racks into a 3rd racks. Tech Lab on the starport, going for the Raven opener initially as well. Everything so far looking quite standard, quite normal. The initial mine drop does make its way across the map, and MaxPax, he does have eyes on this. He will respond, and he will defend. So that's a good. One probe goes down. We get the mine drop here into the main base as well. So far, MaxPax, again, he's keeping up. It's only going to be 2 wooden mines, and the shot goes off, getting 1 more probe, 2 in total. 2 works into, oh my god. And as we settle in, as we calm things down, I do just remember that we have some shout outs. Of course, we have some shout outs in the chat, Bobby. Thank you so much to KengTQD in the chat for the gifted sub to the community. Oh my god, thank you so much to Cryptic SC, the gifted sub. Thank you, KengTQD. Do appreciate the support. Also, before I forget, thank you so much to Captain Fish. Captain Fish, he was laddering, he was streaming earlier, did give us a raid as well. Thank you so much to Captain Fish. Do appreciate the support as always. Captain Fish is a regular in our amateur tournament, so much love. Gracias. Thank you. And last but not least, a big shout out to Soundo for also subscribing for 53 months. That's a lot of months with Twitch Prime. 53 months, Jesus, that's crazy. So thank you so much for the support. Do appreciate it. As we do indulge in our game, MaxPax does dive in, denies one of the add-ons, and will threaten the main base. Again, the main base is large enough here where the Stalkers can freely just chill within the main base. There are still 2 tanks covering the production though, and another add-on is going to be denied just barely. Add-on is cancelled. Likewise across the map, Autotart does get a couple of pro kills, gets 2 workers so far. Nothing major, but some decent damage nonetheless. 2 probes do fall. ByuN getting his 3rd TC behind the wall. Nice SimCity here out of ByuN. Does get his 3rd TC, working towards Sim, working towards an eventual breakout. Outside of that, no major aggression. We do have MaxPax's follow-up going into +1, into charge, into gateway explosion, into delayed Colossus production. This is relatively common and relatively safe. It does mean that if ByuN were to push anytime soon, then charge outs will be ready for this. Will be ready. As ByuN, he does attempt to break out. Again, ideally looking to expand. As we said, Linces, yo, a shout out to Fizz. The Fizz Serpent in the chat as well. God, Papi, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime for 9 months as well. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Fizz Serpent, another regular competitor in our amateur events. So thank you. Thank you so much. Look forward to seeing in future SDOs. As the Observer is going to be called out, does shut down the initial hallucination as well. MaxPax coming in for the punish. Army's out of position. Do we find anything here at the natural? Not quite. Going for the medevac, doesn't quite get it. MaxPax going to be forced back. Bearing in mind he's only poking and prodding. Behind this, he's building up his forces, getting a 4th expansion as well as ByuN gets a 3rd. And MaxPax also getting ready for a Zealot drop into the main. Prisoners coming in. Turrets in position. Turrets will deflect, but again, the main base is huge. Yeah, there's multiple ways into the main, and it will be able to unload. Wouldn't mind to do burrow in time. Oh, one wouldn't mind just burrow. Has control here to MaxPax. He'll avoid the shots, but he will be cleaned up. He will be cleaned up. He gets 1. He gets 2 SCVs, going for a 3rd SCV as well. Nice damage. Behind this, Colossus production has begun. And I am a little bit concerned here. I mean, it does seem like ByuN is going to be just turtling up and maxing out. I say that, never mind, he does go for the unsiege, and we'll see what he can get done. Now, he has waited long enough where the first Colossus has already arrived. That was my biggest concern here, is that at this point, there's already a Colossus, there's already charge lots. MaxPax, he does miss the move out just barely. The armies, they pass by each other, and we might see ByuN successfully sneak up on this base. Okay, sees. Does he? Does no. Does spot the army. Behind this, MaxPax, he recalls back home. He's getting in position. There's recall on that prism. MaxPax getting in position here. Tanks that within range here of the Nexus. Tanks within range. Chargers diving in. Likewise, I set up here. Auto charts. They are a little bit premature here from ByuN, but they do come into play. And not bad. They shut down the Zealots. Zealots go down. Expansion's getting very low. Not trying to go for the Colossus. Colossus does go down. Yeah, nice pick off here from ByuN, and he will break down the expansion. Very nicely done here. Getting clean up the Zealots, takes down the Colossus. ByuN from here, he's not stopping. He's going to keep pushing in. I mean, again, there's no more Zealots. Just now reinforcing. MaxPax, he is in trouble. And ByuN, can he go for the kill? Tempted to dive. For now, playing it safe. Does kite back. Still rallying across the map. Again, ByuN, he knows how close he is to breaking MaxPax here and now. Second Colossus on the way. But can he break that next Colossus here and now? Oh, he's so close. Keep going. Send it back. Get some hull damage. Nicely done. Yeah, Zealots being cleaned up. ByuN, he does push through, takes down the Colossus. GG gets called as MaxPax, he will lose everything, and ByuN takes the lead in the series. Whew, GG. Again, very, very tense moment there. ByuN, fortunately enough, he did get across the map unscouted. That was on MaxPax. If you recall, he did lose the initial observer outside of the natural, and he never replaced it. He never replaced that observer, so he only saw the army as it was already encroaching upon that upon the fourth base. So yes, MaxPax, he did rotate, he did react in time to get to the base, but not in time to get ahead of it, to slow down the siege and to protect the expansion. If you remember, the goal there for ByuN, which he did get away with, was sieging within range of the Nexus. So it forced, or MaxPax, he made the decision to try to save it. Of course, he had to push forward, he had to try to break that siege line, was unable to. GG. GG, well played. Also, shout out to the auto turrets as well. They actually did such a great job at tanking and just dealing with all those zealots. The first wave of zealots, they died so quickly, and again, really solid target firing out of ByuN to focus on that first Colossus. Whew. So very intense first game. ByuN does take a lead, and we'll see if he can take the 2-0. Let's go. We'll see if he can bring it home. Yo, hola amigos, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. My passion is endless. That I will wait 4 years for merch. Let's go. Let's go. We'll get there eventually. We'll get there. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player from South Korea, the Tuna Terran himself, leading the series 1-0, representing Team Vitality. It is ByuN. We go. Now, when it comes to game one, again, it was very impressive, very decisive move there from ByuN, and again, did go unscattered for most of its move out. What I will say though, coming into Amygdala, yes, it is a large map, that is true. It does share some similarities with Starchild, but only some. The big thing here about Amygdala is how limited the attack paths are. So we have one attack path here towards the top side, and we have one attack path here towards the south side, and that is it. Only 2 attack paths, so it is easier to scout and move out. It is easier to see a Terran player moving out across the map. It isn't just that there are only 2 attack paths. There's the Zelnaga Tower covering both attack paths as well, and on top of that, again, because the attack paths are limited, it is easier to get your observers in position and to get eyes on that move out. We spoke about Starchild, and one of the big features of it is how there are multiple kind of avenues of attack at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th base, or the 3rd base locations, 4th base locations, which does make it more accessible. That is less so the case here, at least in the early to mid game. As the game progresses and as these rocks get knocked down, then suddenly the map does open up, and you can kind of rotate between bases and be more aggressive and try to catch your opponent out of position. That is only in a later game state. So coming into this, we'll see how ByuN does approach this. We'll see what kind of build he goes for. We'll see what he does embrace. Hoshiyama. So now ByuN, he is scouting for proxies, making sure he doesn't get cheesed out. Checks the 3rd base locations. So far, so good. Likewise, behind this, getting into his own economic setup. Racks expand into factory. MaxPax likewise. I imagine he won't deviate too much. We have seen MaxPax embrace some higher gate count openers, and last game we did go for a 2-gate blink. This time we might see 3-gate blink instead. I mean, you could definitely argue that MaxPax has the best blink play and blink openers in StarCraft. Referring to 3-gate blink and 4-gate blink, his execution is unparalleled, and he has killed many a player solely off of that, including players like Clem. So we might see him be more aggressive. Nice 7 the SCV. Aliens are on the way. And so far, it's going to be a 1-1-1. Interesting setup here, going for the add-on swap into Reactor to Hellion production. So Reactor and Hellion Tech Lab on the racks. Add-on swap is available here, and we can open up Banshee. Really fast Banshee play. I'm assuming Banshee, I mean, technically this could be Raven. Checking the vision of MaxPax, he does not see what's going on. Yep, there we go. Banshee opener here out of ByuN. This did become quite popular last year. Like last year amongst the Korean Terran players. We saw a lot of Cloak Banshee play and has been very successful. Did get played out a little bit, and nowadays it's a little bit more rare to see. But happy to see it nonetheless. And again, these Cloak Banshees, they can wreak havoc in this matchup. So far, the initial Hellions will shut down the Adept. They move it across the map. Back at home, how many gateways? We have 1 gate in the main. We have 2 gates at the natural. So this time, 3-gate blink out of MaxPax. Much safer play. He also walls up the natural. He is ready here for a Hellion dive into that natural base. So much safer here from our Protoss. Much safer play in general. Hellions, they poke in. They confirm. Oh, and we may delay the expansion. We may and we will. Probe goes down. The Prism is on the way. So with the War Prism in production, MaxPax, he will take a third, but he does intend on being aggressive. He intends on moving out and warping across the map. So a much more assertive style here. Now this does also mean that there is not going to be any Stalkers at home to defend. So this Banshee has a lot of potential. Of course, MaxPax, he can reactively warp in. He can also race back if need be. But the Banshee does wander into the main. Again, it can 2-shot probes. And he will. Probes are going to be going down. MaxPax, he commits across the map. Getting up to 4, getting up to 5 workers so far. Hellions, they threaten to dive into the natural. Stalkers in position. Doesn't let them through. Meanwhile, defensive Banshee catching out MaxPax. And no detection, no observer. No observer across the map. There is 1 observer back at home. Will defend, gets 7 probe kills so far. And the Stalkers have to get out, they have to bail. 4 SCVs, not bad. 4 SCVs do go down. And with that, ByuN, he is in I would say, a better position here. Hellions are still being active. He defends against the Stalkers. They lose 4 workers, that is true, but again, he still does more across the map. He defends, could have been worse. MaxPax looking for another way in. And he will find it. Tank is somewhat in position. We have some Banshees here at home as well. The Banshee did not initially go down. And, oh, the Banshee does pull away in time. Whew. ByuN, he's holding. He's holding on back. MaxPax does reinforce. At the same time, Hellions, they dive into the mineral line. They can maybe roast up a couple of probes. 3 Hellions are enough to one-shot. And he will one-shot. And gets 3, gets 4 probes so far. And potentially 1 more. Oof, barely towards the end. 5 probe kills. That's going to be 13 in total. Nice damage here by ByuN. 3rd CC's on the way. MaxPax behind this, going for his standard follow-up, going into a gateway explosion, +1 upgrades as well as charge. We saw this last game as well. So the same follow-up. MaxPax, can he deny stim? Oh, potentially. Very threatens a dive, going for the add-ons. And he will deny the reactor, at least he attempts to. There we go, that's a kill, not a cancel. So reactor is delayed. Also, I like how he didn't need to, but he revealed the War Prism when doing that to make it look like he needed the Prism for high ground vision, which means he successfully does hide the observer. It's a little bit of attention to detail, but I appreciate it. So now ByuN, he's none the wiser. No scan yet. Nice control. MaxPax does blink away. ByuN, meanwhile, being active with those Banshees. Oh, the sentry is tempting. Yeah, he wants the sentry. We'll snipe it. Ah, but he's getting caught out. Let's get the hell out of here. May lose 1. Does get away. Does get away. ByuN, he will come across the prism. Up, steps in. He wants it. He gets it. Does notice. Does he notice the shimmer? As Dark Templar do warp in, and I don't think he did notice. Turrets are on the way. There we go. There's a scan. Takes down 1, but there's 1 DT left. Meanwhile, 3rd base under fire. ByuN out of position. Oof. Has to pull away. A lot of SCV is going to be going down. At the same time, Dark Templar can move in. ByuN, he will defend, but he will lose 5 workers and a lot of swine time as well. As there's still one Dark Templar on the map. He will run into him, and he does notice. Does notice. So Rame coming in. Oh my god. Brutal mind connections. Decent connections here. At the same time, Ryung keeps pushing, gets spotted by the main army.
We embrace the glory of battle.
MaxPax in position. Tanks are exposed. Doesn't quite go for it though. Again, still a very tense moment here. As Ryung, he wants to push out, but I won't quite be able to. Once again, reinforcing as he moves out. Another Zealot moves in. Wouldn't mind saying help, but they won't deal with this. Tanks are late to siege. Does siege up in time. And MaxPax, he doesn't commit. Again, the Zealot is brutal. Again, these Widow Mines are not good enough. Not to defend. Ryung clearly just wants to move in. Here we go, he does engage tanks. Once they late to siege up. Going for the Stalkers. Zealots, they do fall. He's going straight for the Colossus instead. He gets one. He wants it. Does get one. That cost him so much. So much supply just went down. The trade was brutal here. He lost 2 tanks, 11 Marauders, 2 Vikings as well. What did he get? He only got 1 Colossus, and he traded with Zealots mainly. That was well worth of a MaxPax. He does take the greater fight. Does take the fight, does go for the chase. And Ryung is hurting. Ryung, he's hurting. His economy is delayed. MaxPax getting a 5th expansion. He's getting out of hand here. Ryung, he's building up more Vikings, but again, his production was delayed thanks to the 3rd base, of course, as there was no mining. MaxPax with a much superior economy. Another Zealot runway moving out. Zealot is on the way. Same time, MaxPax is up to 3 Colossus, getting a 4th Colossus as well. That's a lot of Colossus. Ryung is pinned against the wall. Just now making his first wave of ghosts. So he will soon have EMPs. Doesn't have them yet. Another Zealot runway on the way. So we have Zealots ready on the right, Zealots ready on the left. Zealots are everywhere. Oof. We're losing a Viking. And soon MaxPax can start disruptor production. He's almost there. He's almost at those disruptors. Moving in, takes down the bunker, encouraging above the mineral line. He's forcing Ryung's hand. As Ryung soon has to move in. Does get almost one. That was one Colossus. Zealot does hit the natural, does distract him. The ghosts are busy. The ghosts are pinned back, which means no AP on the main army. 11 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. 11 workers going down. Brutal Zealot run by. Let's catch a Warpism. Ryung can bring everything together. I believe he still has 6 ghosts. Okay, 6 ghosts. Without any disruptors to the main army, Ryung still has potential to dive in. And he will. Takes down 1. And massive EMP on the Stalkers. Yo, the Colossus, they go down one after the other. There's 1 never left. That's a lot of Vikings. The Colossus, they do go down. Ooh. Never takes on one ghost. One ghost falls as ByuN moves out. Zelda runway potentially getting ready. He wants that disruptor. Barely does not get it. Oh, he does. Barely does. Now MaxPax is in trouble here again. Lost every single Colossus. Mine shot's going up. Zelda coming from behind. Vikings do a great job at tanking. Oh no! Oh my god. Nova connects. Yeah, brutal Nova. One more Nova available. There's another Nova. And once again, ByuN, he's so close to breaking MaxPax. MaxPax, he has so many bases, so much economy. ByuN, he has to do some damage. He backs off. Backs off. He rotates around instead. Checking the vision, MaxPax, he does not see the rotation. He somewhat does. Yeah, he's keeping up. He's keeping up. MaxPax taking every base on the map. And MaxPax is if given time, he will recover. As he's already in position. Oh. Already in position. The space will not go down. MaxPax, he successfully defends. ByuN denies one expansion, and again, he came so close. So close to breaking it. Ay. But now MaxPax is recovered. He has recovered, never goes up. 2 more Novas available. Brutal connections. The ghosts are going down. He's getting caught out. Yeah, losses that ByuN he can't quite afford. Like when it came to the push, he had to keep going. Last wasn't able to. And now ByuN is being outscaled. You can see the banks here. The bank is huge for MaxPax. So it's rebuilding, remaxing that much faster. Taking a greater supply lead. He's up to how many? Up to 8 disruptors. Wait for another silver armor. Yo, we got the landed Viking defense. Let's go. ByuN, he does hold. He's holding on. They do crazy army. And again, ByuN just doesn't have the supply he's looking for. The army just isn't large enough. Taking too many losses. 9 SCVs go down. And MaxPax is going in for the kill. He's maxed out at this point. He's up 50 supply. ByuN picking up whatever he can, but the death ball's moving in. He's moving in, but ever since that defense earlier, like MaxPax, he's just snowballed out of control from there. Takes down the planetary, takes down the CC. ByuN going for a run by, going for a counterattack, doing whatever he can, trying to force his army back home. And he will deal with this base. But he needs more than that. He needs like 3 more bases. So once again tries to come in. And again, he's pushing into 8 disruptors. It's not gonna happen. Not like this. Nova's a pop off. They shut down the main army. ByuN does keep going, but now we have reinforcements. Plenty of reinforcements. The warpins alone are large enough to deal with this. Popping up. Oh no! ByuN, he saves what he can. But the gap in supply here is just getting larger and larger. That's getting bigger. That's the main base. Main base splits over. As an attempted 4th. And GG gets called. MaxPax, he does overwhelm. And MaxPax sides up the series 1-1. Whew, we are going to the ace match. GG. And again, ByuN, he came so close to breaking MaxPax. I can see a world where that would have been a 2-0. Again, ByuN, he was gaining ground. He had a massive supply lead when he was able to shut down all the Colossus. But again, he barely didn't have enough momentum to keep on pushing towards that base. He made the decision to rotate. The problem was that his rotation got scouted. And because that MaxPax was able to keep up with the army rotating, he was able to keep up and protect the northern bases. And in the end, ByuN, he just ran out of steam. He ran out of steam. He was almost all in at that point. And with that, GG. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. We are going to the ace match here. The ace match is going to be on Killer's Mile. Ooh, okay, it's going to be a smaller map this time. Both Game 1 and Game 2 were on these larger maps, longer rush distance by ground. On these smaller maps, it does mean that if we were to see ByuN break out in such a fashion, he may have some more success. As MaxPax, he will have less time to react, less time to warp in, less time to scramble for a defense. We'll see, because that goes both ways. Likewise, MaxPax hasn't been overly aggressive so far. Every game in the series has been relatively macro-oriented. Game 1, we had 2-gate blink into a third base. Game 2, 3-gate blink into a third base as well, into delayed warp-ins across the map. I mean, the Banshees did cause a lot of havoc. True, right? Remember, it all started with the Banshee opener, where the Banshees dealing damage, likewise defending back at home, so able to force longer games. But we might see MaxPax commit to something more aggressive this time. We'll see. We shall see. What did you call me? Oh no. Shama, papi, Shama. But it looks like our players need some time. They do need a moment here. I don't blame them. I mean, it's been a very intense series so far, an intense back and forth. So the players are asking for a moment as we get ready here for the ace match. Likewise, we do still have ByuN versus Rogue after this series. We'll get there. We will get there. And again, we have seen ByuN pop off and take down players like MaxPax and players like Hero before, but it's a rare sight. It is a rare sight. Like ByuN, he is mainly known for TVT. He's known for his positional play, where we've seen ByuN. I mean, I would say ByuN is one of the main reasons, unironically, that Clem no longer plays TVT. Like ByuN has some of the best TVT in the world, and we've seen him take down Clem time again, until eventually Clem, he just had enough. And yeah, here in the TVP matchup, he's had only mixed success from ByuN. Every now and then he pops off, but tonight he has been on fire. Again, I can see a world where he would have taken the series 2-0 in that second game, and we'll see if he can bring it back, or if MaxPax does advance on into the winner's match instead. Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Killer's Mile, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the TVT sniper himself, playing a TVP though, from South Korea, representing Team Vitality. It is ByuN. Here we go. I'd like to believe that due to their most recent pickup, ByuN is maybe more tempted to, or actually, I would say that potentially, with Zaun now joining Team Vitality, maybe there is a little bit more practice going on between the players, or at least discussion amongst the players as well. Could attribute that a little bit to ByuN's success in this series. We'll see, we'll see. As for now, we are opening up and we're settling in. And welcome one and all to Killer's Mile. Killer's Mile, again, has a very direct path across the map, very straightforward. We have seen a lot of players struggle to defend the third base. Specifically, the third and fourth bases are more exposed on this map. There's a very wide entrance here towards that third base, likewise towards the fourth base as well. There's no ramp. I mean, there are ramps a little bit further out, but again, if an army can get up the ramp and get onto the same plane of elevation, it can be quite difficult to defend because of how short the rush distance is. So we have seen a lot of players have success with aggression here on this map. We have seen some players try to expand linearly and go for the linear third and take the space instead. And it does, in some ways, feel a little bit more defendable. The problem with expanding here on the right-hand side is that it is quite awkward to rotate between your third and your natural. Like, this area in between can be abused quite heavily, and it can make for an awkward defense. Whereas if you expand towards the triangular third base, you can try to just fully wall off the ramp, as the ramp into the natural is very narrow, very narrow. we go. But now we have our openers. Economic opener out of ByuN once again, going for a Rax expand. Last game we saw Rax expand into Reactor Hellion Banshee play. This time no add-on swap. This time there's no add-on on the Rax. This time there's no Hellion or mass Hellion production. Zealot does arrive, will delay the bunker. Uh-oh. And the Adept is on the way. Adept is on the way. Boys are being pulled. Without the bunker finishing, it's going to be a tough hold as the CC is delayed once again. 2 SCV kills. The bunker will complete just in time, but the Adept is going to wreak havoc here, getting another SCV, at least trying to. Getting 3 in total. CC does finish. But there was under the Sim City. No, the Sim City's not there. Adept does bust in, and this is disastrous. So disastrous start here for ByuN. 4 SCV kills, more lost mine time, losing up to 5 potentially. Bit of a mistake towards the end, but another SCV goes down. This is brutal. Feel Sim City, man, as ByuN looks like he might not have too much experience on this map, and unfortunately, not there we go. We have to float the factory all the way over. He gets in. Okay, not this time. Not quite this time. Does my mining at the natural? This is a very awkward setup here. No, he gets in for a second time. Not like this. Okay, he does cancel the shade, doesn't commit. Could if he so chose to. Tech Lab now on the way. Again, the SimCity is very, very messy here. Very messy, but you know what? It's kind of working. Second Rax is on the way. This makes sense. 2-base all in. We're setting up for what looks to be a 2-base all in here from ByuN. Hellion hits a natural. Now, I'm expecting a third Rax. We'll see. I'm expecting a third Rax here out of ByuN. If we see a third Rax, it should be a 2-base all in. We may even pull the boys with this. Bearing in mind these are Raxes. Yep, there it is. There's a third Rax. So third Rax before Starport. That's the tell. The Starport is heavily delayed in favor of Mass Marine and in favor of Stim. There's going to be a Stim timing here. The tanks are building up as quickly as possible. We should be able to get up to 3 tanks in total in time for the all-in. Again, I'm leaning towards all-in. Technically, this can lead into a macro game with a very late third TC. But based on the early game economic damage, it makes a lot more sense here for ByuN to just double down. MaxPax does take his third. Third base on the way, getting into Blink. How many gates? 3. 3-gate Blink here out of MaxPax. The Prism has arrived, so it's going to be reinforcing. Going to be pushing further in. Oh god, the main is huge. The main base is massive. Oh my god. Boys are being pulled. Tanks are trying to set up. I mean, the main base is suffering from the lack of SimCity because of this. Because of this, fumbled wall. It means that this production, which is usually here protecting the tank, is not. So the main base is looking larger than it is just because of whatever the hell happened here. Observer gets caught. The army blinks in. Getting within range here of the Rax. Okay, slowing down the push. Blinking behind the mineral line. Getting 2 more CVs. ByuN, he's still building up. There's the add-on swapping the medevacs, and once the medevacs arrive, then ByuN can push. Now, he only made 2 tanks, not 3. So this leads me to believe that we might get more gases on the way. We might see a third CC. Might see a third command center here for ByuN. Instead of committing. I mean, we'll keep an eye on his unsiege. We'll see if he moves out with everything or just a drop. Stalkers into the mineral line. More SCV kill. ByuN does not have much to work with. As ByuN, he's not making any SCVs. He's not making any more workers. He's not building up his economy. Let's see if he does pull the boys. And now pushing across the map. Yet there it is. The boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing here. And the Observer sees everything. The Observer does see the move out. And this is the only real option here for ByuN because of the early game. He just lost so much, lost too much. He was heavily delayed. And that also means that this all-in is also delayed as well. is the problem here. Zealots, they charge in, they tank all the SCVs. Oh, it's going to be 10 SCV kills. Their workers, they all go down. Now just the army remaining. Stims in. It'll be 17 SCV kills. It gets one of the sentries. More Zealots warp in. And MaxPax, he's fine. He's going to be fine here. He dives into one of the tanks. He gets one. And we'll get the other tank as well. Does take an extra tank shot though. Oh my god. Yeah, MaxPax targeting the medevac, not the tank. ByuN, can he pull this off? It's getting close. It's getting a little bit closer. That was a massive tank shot. Line shot. Oh, doesn't quite connect. Not yet. ByuN hiding well. Yeah, no friendly fire. Widowmine does burrow. Going for the sentry, going for the stalker. ByuN, has he done it? Has he broken through? Again, MaxPax, there was a blunted moment there where he attacked the medevac, not the tank. And that was the moment where all the stalkers went down. That's making this even closer here. The Colossus has arrived. ByuN, he's trying to stem in. Emphasis on trying. He's running out of steam. Running out of steam. It was close. Again, MaxPax did blunder the defense, but alas, he will still hold on. GG gets called, and MaxPax, he will hold, he will survive. He will take the series at 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played MaxPax. He will claim the series. Very close, very intense best of 3 here. Was very back and forth. And as I mentioned before, there is a world where ByuN wins at 2-0. He was so close in that second game to breaking MaxPax on Amygdala. But alas, MaxPax, he did survive. He did hold. He persevered. Same with here on Killer's Mile as well. GG. GG, well played. MaxPax does make it through, and again, just a really messy game here for game 3. Really unfortunate. Like, I don't think ByuN's initial plan was to go for an all-in, but he was forced into it. Again, ByuN, he did lose quite a lot early on in the early game. It was just a really messy opener when it came to the Sim City, when it came to the Adepts. A lot of SVs went down, and that did kind of force ByuN's hand. And with that, we're getting into our second series of the broadcast. So MaxPax, he does advance on into the next round, into the winners match. Meanwhile, who will face off against MaxPax and who will face off against ByuN? We're here to find out. We're here to find out. As vetoes are underway. And you can see the group before you. Here we go. We have 4 players. We have MaxPax, ByuN, and Rogue. We have our top 4 players. We have our 4 players here in Group D. And as you can see, MaxPax is now waiting in the winners match, and ByuN is waiting in the elimination match. So both players are waiting for their opponents. Up next, best of 3 between ByuN and Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. So we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break here. When we come back, once the vetoes are done, we'll have our next series. We'll have that Terran versus Zerg. Let's go. Let's go. We'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Rex April Madness Group D. We just wrapped up with our first series. It was a banger, went all the way to the ace match, and now we are here with our second series of the group. And spawning in the right-hand corner here of Killer's Mile, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, for Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our second match of the broadcast. And coming into this, it's going to be a hard one to call here. I mean, again, Rogue, he's not the most active of players. He doesn't play too often and too much in these online events. But every now and then we're able to catch him. And Rogue, he does have a distinct style. Similar to his ZVP, his ZVT is also very, in a sense, samey. As I'd say, pool before gas. Interesting. Are we going gasless? On Killer's Mile? Oh, okay. Okay, I can see the logic. Okay, let's go. But Rogue, he's very fond of playing more defensive, at least until Lurker Tech, known for his defensive play. And this is an interesting variation here that we have yet to see and yet to experience. We are going for the gasless opener. We're going for a third hatchery before gases. Now, you can do this on larger maps like Abyssal Reef, like Neo Violet Square, like King's Cove, for example. Here on Killer's Mile, the rush distance by ground is not as large, not as long as those maps, but there is one shared feature, and that is how defendable this area is. On some of the maps that I just mentioned, the natural base is very secure. As you can see here, it doesn't take much to wall off this location. And what does that mean? That means you can get away with defending your third base with purely queens and lings. Now, I say that the third base is late. The third base, this is gasless, that is true, but the third base is late here for Rogue. Because it's late, it actually is going to mask the build and does hide the gasless opener a little bit longer, as the third base is being taken at a more standard timing. Interesting. So it's not as greedy. Wait, did he skip his lings? Just good. The greed here is great. He skipped his lings, but he made 2 lings, that is true, but only 2 lings. They do get across the map. They will delay the CC, at least they attempt to, but Marines are in position. The lings are going to be forced back. ByuN, he does defend. He defends, he scouts, checking his vision, he confirms no gases. Again, greedy build here by Rogue. I do apologize for some of the dropped frames here. I will try to fix this after this initial game. We'll try to turn on the VPN. I will do my best. We'll get that going. That's one of those things where the Korean server is sometimes it cooperates, sometimes it doesn't cooperate. Smurge, man. As Rogue is opening Roach, right, I should have mentioned that as well. When it comes to gases openers, because your gases are so late, because link speed is so delayed, you just skip link speed. You just go straight into Roaches. And you can see that, as we mentioned, that this area is very secure, very narrow, so he's just walling up. He's just walling up that ramp, and he's ensuring that he only has to focus on defense at the third base, which is why you can get away with skipping link speed, and why you can get away with gasless builds. As we are defending with purely queen and just queen. So pure queen defense. As there is the wall. Behind this, ByuN getting his third CC on location. Very greedy here by ByuN, but considering the greed of Rogue and considering that there's no link speed, he knows he can't get away with it. Meanwhile, does snipe an Overlord. Nice pickoff. Overlord goes down. Hellies, they do bypass the Queens. They're going for the mineral line. Queens out of position. But the wall is looking solid. 2 drones go down. A nice pickoff, getting a third drone as well. Very nice. Yeah, ByuN is popping up. Meanwhile, back at home, zoning another Overlord away. Doesn't get much vision here, but we do have a 2-on-1. Okay, I should say 3cc 2-on-1. True. So a very economic build here, but this leads into a very heavy bio timing. It does mean that the Hellion investment is very low. 4 Hellions. 4 Hellions at most into mass bio production, into that stim timing. Ideally, the stim is lined up with the Metamax. As Starport is on the way. Getting ready for another add-on swap. Getting ready for that stim timing. Okay, so there's a lot coming into this. Now, when it comes to Rogue's build, I did mention earlier that he's very fond of being defensive until Lurker tech. We'll see if he gets into +1 range. Right now, he has +1 carapace. This could still be Roach Ravager into Ling Bane Roach Ravager, but the lair is on the way, and we'll see if the plan is to go for a Hydrogen into a Lurker tech, which is what I'm leaning towards, just because of the tendencies of Rogue. But now, Roach Speed is on the way. The lair is now done. Rogue, he does cut workers here at 3 base saturation, making a lot of roaches. A lot of roaches are being built. ByuN fending on the right hand side. Very early move out. This is very ByuN. Basically, this is a bit of an earlier push, but he's boosting across the map with the Medivacs. Medivacs, they boost across the meetup with the main army. This means that ByuN, he hits a couple of seconds sooner. A couple of seconds sooner here. Going for the 4th. And we'll see if we can force a cancel. Dust him in. Roach is in position. And Rogue, he has still not been droning. Double jump into the main. Rogue trying to keep up. Roach speed is still not yet done. Does defend in time. Yeah, just barely. Does deflect. Protects the main. Heli's there poking on the left hand side. Roach is in position. Rogue, he does hold. And Rogue, he's still not droning. He's still not droning. He's not saturating that 3rd base. Sorry, that 4th base. Just pure roaches. Not even Ravagers, by the way. Rogue is going for a 3 base all in. So a massive roach 3 base all in. Drop into the main base. Does get some damage done. 1 queen does fall. Back at home. What do we have to defend? 1 tank. 1 tank. A couple of marines. Boys are being pulled. And Rogue, he does catch ByuN with his pants down. The pants are down. Bappy is not ready. The boys are being pulled once again. And so many SCV kills here. This is going to be brutal. And he's not going to hold. Yeah, he's not going to be able to hold on. There's only a handful of marines left. Again, Rogue, he committed to the all-in. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will take game number 1. GG. Does take a lead. Does take game 1. And we'll see if ByuN can recover here again. ByuN just caught with his pants down, going for his own economic build, which was fine, but unfortunately he just didn't realize how aggressive Rogue was being. Didn't recognize that it was going to be an all-in. Again, there were a couple of roaches, sorry, a couple of Ravagers towards the end, but just pure roach off of just under 3 base saturation. And from there, Rogue takes a lead. Does take a lead, and we'll see if ByuN can recover and force the ace match. Game 2, Amygdala. Looks like our players, they need a moment. Once again, they do need 1 moment here. So we're getting ready for game 2. Amygdala is going to be an interesting one. We spoke about this previously during the MaxPax series about how Amygdala has limited attack paths, so it is easier to scout and easier to see this coming. Referring to Killer's Mile, we did actually mention, if you recall, how aggressive you can be on Killer's Mile. I think we actually spoke more about it during the MaxPax series as well, about how exposed some of the bases are, specifically the 3rd base, how short the rush distance is as well. So the all-in from Rogue makes more sense on Killer's Mile. That was also why I was a little bit concerned about going for a gasless opener on the map, is because of the rush distance. But here in Amygdala, the reverse is true, where the rush distance is longer. This map is more defendable, and an all-in is going to be less effective here on Amygdala. So we'll see how our players do adjust and what they go for. As I do not expect the same build here from Rogue, not at all. From from ByuN, maybe. We'll see. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, leading the series 1-0, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the red Terran player from South Korea representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. So in the chat, that could be my wall. Ah, no. Not like this. Not like this. Referring to the Ryung wall. Of course, of course. Smurge, smurge. We've all been there. We've all been there. Yeah. As this time Rogue going hatch first, we're imagining that he does go for hatch gas pool. That's what I would imagine. Likewise, ByuN going for his own standard opener as well. We'll see where we deviate. We'll see if we do go for something a little bit different. As a reminder, last game, ByuN did go 3cc 2-on-1. I guess technically 3-1-1. And we'll see what Rogue goes for this time as gases are being taken, so a standard opener. So hatch gas pool, this time not gasless, this time not cutting corners. Again, unlike the previous map, this map is more open when it comes to its natural and when it comes to its third base, so it's not as defendable, it's not as easy or borderline. I wouldn't say impossible, it's not as easy, it's more abusable, more difficult to get away with something like a gasless build on Amygdala. I think we've seen Dark try it, and maybe succeed as well, but it's difficult. So this time, standard gas timing, which means link speed, which means most likely link bane. I say most likely link bane. Rogue, he can still play Roach, and Rogue, he does enjoy opening Roach in this matchup. It's a very safe way to open up, true. So may do so again. Here we go. Want to see Rogue bring back Talon Claws. In this matchup, that would be wild. That'd be wild. I mean, he may play Roaches at least. Talon Claws, I don't know if I'd go that far, but we'll see, we'll see. As ByuN, he does rotate between the bases. Behind this, third CC is on the way. That's going to be third CC before Starport. Economic build here by ByuN. Meanwhile, Rogue settling in. But yes, good morning, Volts. I'm assuming morning, aka Cicada. As ByuN picks in, does pull away. Behind this, we have our 3cc 1-1-1. No early stim timing shenanigans this time. And we've yet to determine the tech path here of Rogue. So far, just droning, just saturating. As there is no add-on swap, that's what I was curious about. The tech lab is delayed here for ByuN, so without the tech lab going for a Viking first into, I would imagine, earlier stim timing. Hunting down the Overlords. And this can potentially lead into an early Liberator as well. So it can lead into Liberator Harass. Yep, speaking of, Liberator's on the way. And earlier stim. Meanwhile, back at home, Rogue's still droning, still saturating. Is aware of the Vikings, so he knows to be ready for potential Liberators. He's aware. Let's see if he fans out with his Lings. We do have the double Lever Chamber follow-up, so it looks like Rogue is going into Ling Bane, not into Roaches this time. So more standard Ling Bane play instead, which I'm not opposed to. Let's go. As ByuN is being active. We spoke earlier about how it is a little bit more difficult to open up gases on this map. That is true. At the same time, it's also more difficult for the Hellions to get damage done. Rotating between the third base, the natural, the fourth base can be quite difficult here just because rotations take so long on Amygdala. But you can see that ByuN is being more defensive. This also means that the creep is going uncontested early on. So the creep is going to be a little bit more healthy here for Rogue. We do have those melee and carapace upgrades on the way. I will say that the lair should be soon on the horizon here for Rogue. It is a much later lair timing here for Rogue, so very greedy here. This does mean that Baneling's speed is going to be delayed in favor of these upgrades. So much later bailing speed. So Hellions do fan out. This is almost a 6-minute lair time. Jesus. Part of me feels like this is unintentional. I'll be honest. Like, it's very late. Even when it comes to standard 1-1 timings. And this might even be this might be crazy enough to be 1-1 into 2-2 into Infestation Bit into Ultra Tech. Are we gonna skip Banelings? No shot. Because I believe the lair is lined up for 2-2. I believe this is lined up for that. Gases are being taken. Show us that Infestation Bit. That's what I'm waiting for. If that's the case, this looks like a me and Micah build. Like me and Micah, he was known a couple of years ago at this point for rushing 2-2 and rushing into ultras. Technically, he would rush into 2-2 faster than this, which was crazy. Insane. Yeah, there it is. Okay, Infestation Bit, but ooh, he's going into the Hydra Den. Regardless, this is very greedy, skipping Banelings like this while playing. Like it's just straight up Ling Hydra Lurker. Now, on the one hand, it does mean that we have an abundance of gas to work with. True. So that Lurker timing is going to hit very hard. But this is so risky. It's so I mean, if ByuN hit his 7-minute timing, we can see that ByuN, he's getting a second factory, double gases as well. 1-1 is finishing up, and this usually entails a move out, but ByuN is being more defensive. ByuN is being more defensive. He is not pushing. He's getting his 4th CC on location, or at least trying to, which means Rogue is getting away with this. He's getting away with a lot of greed here. He's playing Ling Bane without the Bane. It's so risky. Like, Lings, they cannot fight this head on. If ByuN was aggressive with this army, then Rogue would be in trouble. But again, Rogue, he's rushing into the Hive, and again, initially I assumed it was rushing into Hive, rushing into Ultras, but it's going to be rushing into Hive, rushing into Ultras instead. And again, Rogue has so much gas to work with, getting into +1 range. ByuN is now being aggressive, and there's still a window here. There's still a timing. Can ByuN kill Rogue before Lurker Tech? It's still possible. Again, we have Hellbat support against a purely Ling Hydra army. Like, it's it's crazy. Now, the best case scenario is for Rogue to apply pressure on the right-hand side and to force ByuN back home. ByuN, he will kill this expansion. There's no saving this. Rogue, he responds. He rotates over. We can see a wall of stack defense. I mean, this makes sense. This lines up with how difficult it is to defend without Banelings. So just a wall of spine crawlers. Lurkers are morphing in. And Rogue, he's done it. Like, Rogue, what did he just lose? He lost the base, but that's it. Like, ByuN, he's not pushing in. He's not pushing further. ByuN is respecting Rogue so much. Too much, I would say. And this Lurker timing is going to be crazy. It is crazy. It's very crazy. Ay. How many Lunkers does he have? 7, soon to be 11. 11 Lunkers. Lings, they go for a run by. They shouldn't get much done here. They get 1 tank. Oh, they get 2. 2 tanks getting 3? No shot. 3 tanks go. That's huge. 3 tanks go down. The tank count here being stifled. I mean, again, tanks, they're your backbone against this kind of army, but without those 3 tanks, that is huge. Lurkers, they move in, they get scouted. Now ByuN knows. ByuN, he's now aware of the Lunkers. As we're waiting for the Vipers. Vipers are on the way. Now getting up to how many? 13 Lurkers. Wings, they hit a transfuse. And Rogue, he will defend. Will defend back at home. Ling Raman moving in, getting another tank. No shot. Gets another 4. That's 4 tanks going down. Ay. How many tanks are there left? There's 5. Again, this should be 9 tanks, by the way. ByuN, he's down to 5. As Rogue is moving out, we'll deny the gold mining. Oof. Mineral line does fall. And how many Vipers do we have here? We have one. One? Okay. I could have sworn I saw more on the way. Only one Viper. But alas, the Ghosts are out of position. He's gonna get 1, 2 tanks. Bio army comes in from behind. But alas, Rogue is all over this. And again, we have a wall of spine crawlers here to defend, so Rogue, he's secure here on the right hand side. As he goes for another Ling run by and gets another tank and a Ghost. That's 5. That's 5 tanks these Ling run bys. So a very unorthodox playstyle here from Rogue, and it's so far working out well. A lot of it did come down to the passivity of ByuN. ByuN was very passive in the mid game, which allowed this to happen. Meanwhile, it's going to be a kill. Yeah, kill not a cancel on the expansion. Massive pickup. Rogue otherwise distracted. ByuN finding more damage. Dropping into the main. Does get on top of the two of those lurkers. Brings down 2. Brings down almost 3. 3 lurkers go down. Drop into the main. And Rogue having a hard time keeping up. We're bleeding out 2 queens. 3rd queen as well. Oh, barely not. But has Rogue taken too long? Is my concern. As brutal snipe. But I would have assumed that Rogue wanted to hit a strong timing with a maxed out army with lurkers and vipers and try to break ByuN. That was my assumption, but that is not happening. Instead, Rogue is playing it slow. He's playing it slow. Now we get Banelings on the way. Baneling speed is done, thankfully, but we only have +2 melee. But yeah, Rogue, he's instead slowing the game down. He defends and secures his southern bases. Now going for a Mass Overseer. We've seen this before. Going for Nidus Worms, Mass Overseer, Mass Lurker. This is kind of Rogue's endgame and his typical goal in ZVT. If you remember, I was referring to this style in game 1, but Rogue went for an all-in instead. But here we're seeing it in game number 2. This is more in line with what Rogue, or what he prefers. We spoke about this about his ZVP and his ZVT as well. Rogue, he does like slowing the game down to a crawl, maxing out with Mass Lurker, and then going for one big win, one big push, going for one big Nidus. So again, this is where Rogue is at his most comfortable, and we'll see if ByuN can keep up. Now, bearing in mind that ByuN, he has played against the style before. ByuN, I say ByuN, a lot of the Terran players now are a lot more familiar with this, as this was initially revealed in Star as Agora. This was what, last year, November? Like November-ish or October of last year? Yeah, October. And so far, you can see him shutting down those changelings. Like, this is a style that worked really well that 1 month, and then everyone got used to it. Well, I should say everyone became aware of it, is a better way of putting it. And then Rogue found less success. As changelings, they're all falling. So far, we haven't seen any changelings break through. Now, the goal and the power of Mass Overseer is also to mask the lurkers. Basically, whenever we see a big fight, the Overseers should be on top of the lurkers to make it so that ByuN cannot click on the lurkers and snipe them. So these Overseers have multiple uses when it comes to protecting the lurkers and also for their changelings. That's another wave of changelings on the way. Does get scattered. Nice snipes here on the Hydras. Tank volleys here on the changelings. And one changeling does make it through. Sometimes one is all it takes. So changelings, they do get past. You see, ByuN, he knows. He does notice. He does notice changelings. Banelings, they roll in the right hand side. Not bad. They deny an expansion. Changelings are denied. You can see ByuN does take it seriously. And he does take down an expansion. Base is going down. More changelings on the way. Nidus Swarm into the natural. Ooh, Ghost getting caught out. Massive pickup. He gets 3. 3 Ghosts go down. Yeah, brutal loss there for ByuN. Ooh, these Orcas are exposed. No detection here. No Overseers, despite having, what, like 20 Overseers? 33 even. Yeah, no Overseers in position. 2 Lurkers go down. Double Knives into the main. Changelings did make it in. That's ByuN. He does notice. He does respond, but it's going to be a late reaction here from ByuN. This is also creating an opening. As Rogue, he doesn't commit. Lurkers are inside, but doesn't quite commit. Not this time. But again, the army's out of position, going for the planetary, and this planetary should go down. ByuN nowhere to be found. He now rotates. It's going to be 10 SCV kills. And you could argue that, again, this is because of the Nidus Worms. And we have mass changeling inside the main base as well, by the way. But the Nidus did drag ByuN out of position. Another Nidus into the main. And you can see that once the ball starts rolling, then it's hard to stop. It's hard to stop as now there are changelings everywhere. Now ByuN, he just lost 2 bases. He lost top left and bottom right. Now, both players do have a bank, that is true, but ByuN has had no pushing power. He's been stuck at home the entire time, stuck defending. Checking Rogue's vision, there is still 1 changeling in the main. Changelings that do get by. Nidus Swarm into the main base as well. There are some Liberators though. So ByuN, he will deal with this. But again, all it takes is 1 Nidus. All it takes is 1 unscattered Nidus Swarm to get up for everything to just snowball out of control. Likewise, Rogue, he has a decent economy behind this. I mean, the banks are quite comparable with each other. Rogue just has to be patient. Oh god, that's not being patient. Rogue, he just has to be patient. So we got mass EMP here on those Overseers. You have to be patient, but don't play like patience. That's the if you know, you know. Calm down. And once again, double Nidus. This is dealt with. Some nice Venn diagrams here at the northern base. We built up to how many? Up to 46 Overseers. What's important is that these Overseers, they've built up over time, and they've never really tried to dive into any of these bases yet. Right now, ByuN is being ideally starved out, but ByuN, he does look to claim another expansion. This is a big moment for ByuN. Rogue, he does have to stop this. See ByuN securing himself. Throwing down more turrets. More SimCity. Changelings, they make their way in. Nidus Swarm into the main. Tank spread will shut this down. Rogue rotates. There is an army in position. Oh, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Takes down 3 ghosts. Up. Getting a 4th. Getting a 5th. And 5 ghosts go down. Massive pickoffs. There was a massive EMP on every single Overseer though. Jesus. These Overseers are so prone to stacking. ByuN, he does claim a fresh mining base. Rogue is going for top left. Now, when it comes to the overall bases here, it is important that Rogue does take one extra expansion, that is top left. So basically, now that every base has been taken, Rogue has one more base in his opponent, but Rogue has yet to mine. If Rogue is denied this expansion, then ByuN can outtrade him. Or he can just out-mine him, is maybe a better way of putting it. As the Terran army is more efficient. So traditionally the Zerg player needs to be up the base. Well, Hydra's moving in. Mass Changeling moving in as well. Lurkers, they push on the right hand side. But Liberation has arrived. We can see Rogue going into Swarm Host. Okay, I mean that would be a way to deal with these siege lines. Swarm Hosts have their place. Lurkers, they just rush past. There's only one tank. Yeah, only one tank. Only one tank in position. Tank goes down. Nice pickup. At the same time, top left is going to fall. We spoke about this. That base is so important here to Rogue. Likewise, the space also important for ByuN. Top left is going to go down. Yeah, Lurkers have coming in. Going for the center expansion. And ByuN, he may just lose his base. Gets one, takes out two tanks. Now going for the planetary. Won't get it. Planetary does survive. ByuN, he ignores this. Goes to the mineral line. Trades well, he can always lift. Anti-air is very limited. What is the anti-air looking like? There's two Hydras. So ByuN is safe. ByuN is very safe here. Does lift, does pull away. Again, no anti-air. Only power bombs. ByuN does pull away. Oh! Power bomb does catch him out. Oof. Nice snipes, very nice snipes. Catching what, 4 lurkers. 17 in total going down, and that is Lurkers wave here into the center. We'll take down the planetary. Hydra's a lunge in, and they catch out all the ghosts. Not bad. ByuN overextends. That's a lot of ghosts going down. At the same time, ByuN pushing on the right hand side, but this is getting desperate here. Again, these are siege units. They're out in the open. ByuN, he calms down, pulls away. Does pull back. This area is just so open now. Local save moving in. Liberators doing what they can. Lurkers, they go for the ghost. Nice cloak. Still very tense. Checking the main armies here, we have 23 swarm hosts. We have 0 lurkers. 0 lurkers left. Corruptors have built up. I will say that now that there are no lurkers, these overseers have a little bit less usefulness here. I guess they can still protect some units when it comes to protecting them against ghosts and snipes. True. Lurkers is coming in. Oh, the cloak does not work. Yeah, Spore was in position. Brutal loss there for ByuN. And here we go. He collapses in. Nice kiting here from those ghosts. Ghosts, they kite back well. But everything else does crumble. And Rogue can remax. He will remax instantly on going into Broodlords. Greater Spire is done. And Broodlords on the horizon. Rogue, he isn't mining from bottom right or top left. No mining. Now these overseers, they can help protect these Broodlords. Assuming they morph in for now, just Locust Waves. Yo, it's 2014 all over again. 2015 more apt, I think. But the last 22 drones going to be going down. Is it this one bid? Not quite. But mining is lacking here. Rogue is running out of money. He's running. I say he's running. I mean, he has a bank, don't get me wrong, but his income here is lacking. As Liberator is dealt with. You can see ByuN, he does need to create an opening. Another local save moving in. ByuN now going into Thor's. Does mass unsiege the tanks. Local save, how many tanks does he get? He gets one, he gets two. I'll pick up. Say 2 tanks going down there. Jesus. Because so many units have died, like this battle report has been building up for the past 6 minutes. 6-minute battle report, let's go. 201 locusts. Jesus. Meanwhile, Lingbane rolls in, corrupt as they shut down every single Liberator. And massive pickups. ByuN out of position, base goes down, elevated SCVs as well. Meanwhile, Roki does resaturate that center left base. He has yet to saturate top left. Likewise, doesn't have bottom right either. As bases are going to be falling, ByuN, he's down to what, half of base mining? This is the last mining base here for ByuN. Takes down top left. Last, no real saturation. It's the center left base here that's the most valuable. Army sizes are comparable with each other. Rogue going for a counterattack here, trading a base for a base. Expansions are falling. Rogue does save his drones, does evacuate, and Rogue responds. Oh my god, Jesus. The mass knives. Snipes, they come in, but ByuN getting surrounded. Lingbane doesn't quite get the surround though. ByuN, he gets away. Whew. Does get away. One Thor does get surrounded though by the changelings. Gets locked down. We have 15 more swarm hosts in production. Jesus. It's a lot of swarm hosts. Hi. That's gonna be about 34 swarm hosts. Jesus Christ. ByuN rotates. It still has that center base. Still up and running. Rogue, he's again burning through his bank. I mean, both players are at this point. Rogue has one patch in the center. He's long distance mining towards bottom right. ByuN, he sees this long distance mining, by the way. He does see this with the CC. He's aware. Rogue, he now notices the command center. Local save moves in. Command center is going to go down. There's the mass cloak. No detection. Very clean defense there. And this is the big problem here with swarm hosts. Now this is dead supply. Now this is all dead supply. This is ByuN's moment. He moves out. This base is going to go down. Rogue has nothing to defend. He has some banelings, that is true. And he's going for the ghost. Up! The splits! He pulls away. Whew. Does pull away in time. Base goes down. And now we have a Locust Wave. It's ready. Rogue's moving in. Does move in. Here come the Overseers as well. Ghosts have to kite back. Banelings, they roll forward. And the Ghosts, they do stay in the ground. Yeah, ByuN, he takes this. He takes this, he wins the fight, he shuts down the bases, and Rogue, he is in deep trouble here. He has nothing to defend. These swarmers, they do nothing. They're dead supply, but they're dead. 11 drone kills. ByuN getting chased around by all the changelings. Changelings, they do surround one of the Thors. Oh, never mind. And Rogue, he has to wait for that next Locust Wave. Like, the problem is that every time there's a Locust Wave, like every time it fails, I should say, or every time it's on cooldown, he is vulnerable. This is where Rogue has to start staggering at this point. He has to start staggering those Locust Waves. Takes down one tank. I say staggering, he just sends everything. And now we have another big window here where they do nothing. And now kites back. It's not a single unit goes down to this. And now we have another big window in time where Rogue, he has what, like half the supply to work with? ByuN takes bottom left. Rogue taking top left. Sorry, bottom right. Say. Takes bottom right. Again, Rogue, we have to be so more careful with these Locust Waves. We can't waste them. Locust Wave is moving in. ByuN, he scans. He does see this. There's a mass cloak. As a reminder, no detection. So the Ghosts, they're perfectly fine. Locust, they get one tank. They get one tank. That's all they get. Once again, now we have a big moment here for ByuN. Now there is a lot of Ling Bane massing up. Now these Banelings, their goal should be to punish the Ghosts if they push on creep. That should be the goal here for the Ling Bane. Meanwhile, top left fully saturated, so is bottom right. But again, Rogue, he did mine from bottom right that much more. Top left is a fresher base. Ghosts, they tease the army. They flirt with the idea of moving in. Here comes another Locust Wave. Uh-oh. The Ghosts are trapped! No! ByuN, he's out of position. He doesn't see this. Yeah, ByuN, he rotates back around. He should be able to cloak. Yeah, he cloaks. Yeah, he's fine, he cloaks. He will lose one Thor. And a second Thor, barely not. So one Thor goes down. ByuN is pushing in. And again, the one hope for Rogue is for ByuN to overextend and to catch ByuN with all the Ling Bane. All the Ling Bane. I love that ByuN is making more Hellbats. It's a very cheap way, but it's an answer here to these changelings. And to Ling Bane, of course. Here we go. Locust Wave moving in. Yeah, that's what this. Locust Wave gets one tank. Not even Jesus. He gets nothing. Oh god. Locust Wave doesn't kill anything. ByuN moving in. There's 25 Banelings. And again, Rogue, he is in trouble here. Banelings have to commit. They don't get anything yet. Nice spread by ByuN. Locust Wave is ready in a couple of seconds. Uh-oh. ByuN, he is clearing up some creep, to be fair. But here comes that Locust Wave. ByuN, he has to pull out. He is spread. Yeah, does spot it. Does pull back. Again, he has to respect the Locust Wave. Ling Bane rolling in. This is Rogue's moment. Does go for the tithe. Goes to kite back well. The Banelings do not connect. Locust Wave runs out. And that was it. That's all the Rogue had. Now it's time to push in. Rogue, he still has the space mining. So Rogue, he's remaxing, he's rebuilding. ByuN doesn't push forward. I mean, again, the Banelings just ran out. That was his moment. Like, there's no Ling Bane. There was no Ling Bane. There was literally nothing to stop the army. ByuN, of course, doesn't know that, but that was a missed opportunity for sure. It was a big missed opportunity. As now ByuN, he abandons bottom right, so this expansion is exposed. Rogue should knock it down. This might be worth it though. So ByuN is going to abandon this expansion, but the goal here is to rotate towards the top side and rotate towards the actual only mining base of Rogue. If he can knock down that base, he can potentially end the game. Here comes Ling Bane. Ghosts, they're a little bit exposed. Nice split. Nice spread. Here comes a Locust Wave. ByuN, he's deep on creep. Locust Wave is moving in. ByuN, he has to make a stand. Detection now moves forward. Oh, and Ghosts are going down. Massive pickup. ByuN is going to lose everything. Yeah, one bad fight. ByuN losing half his Ghosts. Ay. Half the Ghosts go down. ByuN, he plummets in supply. That was the worst fight he's taken so far. He does take down the expansion, but that was brutal. That was how many? That was 18 Ghosts. And ByuN, he's out of a bank. He has no bank. Up until this moment, ByuN, he's been trading very well. Sometimes one bad fight is all it takes, and Rogue, he's back in this. Now, Rogue, he has no income. He has 0 income at the moment. I guess he's long distance mining, true. Local save moves in. See ByuN, he tries to rotate, but again he has no bank. Like, what you see is what you get here. And the problem is that Rogue has income. He can still potentially max out himself. Again, up until that final fight, I was favoring ByuN, 100%. I was favoring him, but he got too excited. He pushed too far into creep. He got caught out. ByuN was outpositioned. And now things are looking bleak for ByuN. Very bleak. He mines out bottom right. He needs top left. He needs that expansion. He is floating over, so he knows. He is aware. Let's catch a queen. Pushing forward. Locust Wave is on cooldown. True. I didn't realize, but there was a wasted Locust Wave here on the right hand side. So ByuN clears up so much of that creep. Like, Rogue is in a good position, but that doesn't mean we can waste a Locust Wave, so he has to be careful. Speaking of, Locust Wave is going to be designed to zone. ByuN pulls away. Takes down all the active tumors. Locust Wave gets spent. How much Ling Bane is there? 13. Only 13 Banelings. And only 19 Lings. I would want to see ByuN still pushing top left though. Like he needs to take this expansion. Oh, not a bad catch. Rogue, he's finally staggering. Okay. I appreciate it. Rogue finally staggering his Locust Waves. Would have been useful earlier, but it's fine. It's fine. Yo, we got the surround. Change things. They look down the army. Yeah, nice surround here. And Rogue, he will shut this down. He collapses in with his Banelings. Nice cloak. Very nice cloak. Nice snipes as well. Now, when it came to the trade, I believe mainly connecting with Hellbats, yeah. 9 Hellbats went down. So the Hellbat count almost reset. Rogue, he is now retaking that base. ByuN, he has some economy here with these mules, but his army's not in position to defend. At this point, I feel like ByuN should be here on the top side. Like, he needs to protect this area. As he's not really accomplishing much down here. Like, there's like empty bases, empty hatcheries. Like, there isn't much to accomplish. Oh, CC's gonna go down. Aye. That is a brutal pickoff. But we got the mass migration here out of ByuN. Locust Wave is available. Oh, ByuN has to pull out. Again, Rogue staggering his Locust Waves. Does have another ready. Once again, we'll look for any kind of changings around as they try to look down the army. I guess down here, ByuN is fighting with a planetary. I suppose it's going to go down. Planetary does fall. Doesn't save it. The Raxes are going to be killed in the center. Do we have an orbital? We do. So Ryung, sorry, keep saying Ryung. God damn it. Why do we have to be casting both players tonight? ByuN, he can still float. He can still float over and still take an expansion. That is true. Oh. One ghost goes down. We'll lose 2 ghosts actually. Locust Wave moving forward. Going for the SCVs. Ooh, the SCVs do turn and fight. They will go down. Rogue, he has half a mining base. He can make mineral. He can make lings. from here, there's not actually that much support. Snipe's popping up. ByuN, he does have some momentum, but he has to preserve this army. Does need to preserve. Changelings are locking him down, at least trying to. I love the changing whole position micro that we're seeing here. Like unironically, it is impacting some of these fights. Yeah, the surround! He comes in! The changelings! They're locking him down! Oh god! The whole position! Oh my god, it tries to lock him down, does get one tank! Yeah, one tank falls. Changelings, they're going for the other tanks! No! Yeah, the Bailings, they catch him out as well. Yeah, deep on creep. And that's going to be the final fight as almost every ghost falls. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the winners match. GG. Whew. Hi. GG, well played. ByuN, he was in a better position for a decent period of this game in the middle, or towards the tail end, I should say, up until that one moment. You remember, it's the moment when ByuN did rotate towards the top side. He was deep on creep, and when he got flanked by the changelings, by the locusts as well. It was one brutal fight. If you recall, ByuN, he lost 18 ghosts. He lost 18 ghosts in that one fight. Up until that moment, ByuN was playing so incredibly well. I was so impressed by his movement, by his control, by his cloak micro, I should say, cleaning up locust waves, catching out Ling Bane. But it was a really bad fight. It was a brutal fight that went heavily in favor of Rogue. It was after that moment that ByuN lost any kind of momentum. He lost any kind of momentum in that game. He lost 18 ghosts in one brutal moment, and with that, Rogue did snowball out of control, and Rogue does claim the win. GG, well played. Whew. There was also another moment, if you remember, when ByuN was, it was before that moment, when ByuN took a better fight towards the south side, where he was able to clear the locust wave, and he cleared the Ling Bane without losing a single ghost. I think he lost one tank, and we were like, yo, let's go. Like, if you remember, we were looking at the units tab. Rogue had nothing. He had a bunch of swarm hosts, which with no locust wave. He had a bunch of corruptors, which couldn't shoot down, and he had just lost all of his Ling Bane. That was also another big opportunity for ByuN, which he didn't go for. If you remember, he backed off, he rotated instead, and alas, we saw Rogue stabilize from there. So there were a couple of key moments, and with that GG well played, Rogue does claim the series, and now we are getting ready for the winners match. Let's go. Getting ready for that winners match. It is going to be a best of 5 between Rogue and MaxPax. Let's go. Let us go. As we are setting up, that also means that ByuN, of course, he gets knocked down to the lower bracket to the elimination match. Ooh, and ByuN, ByuN. There we go. It's gonna be a nightmare to cast that next one. But ByuN is up against ByuN in the elimination match, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be favoring ByuN in that one. We've seen ByuN time and time again take down every Terran player in the world. He has the best TVT. I'm not saying that he has 100% win rate, but he has definitely a good chance there. So best of luck to ByuN, as he's gonna need it. He will need it there, especially considering how strong ByuN is looking tonight. Bearing in mind that he almost 2-0'd MaxPax. It was crazy seeing ByuN earlier. It's insane. Just like watching, I haven't seen a 40-minute plus game in a minute. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. I will admit, I've been discussing this recently internally with some of the other people behind the scenes in StarCraft. I think we did make a mistake when it comes to open tournaments and our open cups. If you remember, we replaced all of the older maps. I'm referring to Abyssal Reef, Neo Violet Square, and King's Cove for good reason. We replaced all of them, but we didn't necessarily replace them with other macro maps. We replaced them with other maps that people have been enjoying, but in general smaller maps. So because of that, the tournament map pool for a lot of online open cups are much smaller, and because of that, we've seen a lot more shorter games. Like longer games have become more rare as a result of that. As we replace those maps with like Persephone or Killer's Mile or Kill Switch or Sandworm, for example, which are all smaller maps. So that's I do think that's a bit of a failing on our part. So like ourselves, Wardy, like the Pikachu Mondays, like all that stuff. So I do recognize that, and we're probably going to adjust that from our own end of things as well. I know that this week Wardy, he did update his map pool to now start incorporating some of the larger maps, and we're probably going to do that as well for maps like Tokamak, Incorporeal as well, and some of the other larger maps in TLMC. Here we go. What did I just watch? Peak ZBT, papi. Let's go. Not the ByuN magic. No. No. Not like this. Not like this. Here's the pool. I mean, once again, I should emphasize that, like, again, ByuN, he was in a better position. He was in a better position. He was out trading, and I would even say at times out playing Rogue, but did mess up a couple of times. Did make some mistakes. Did slip up at times, and Rogue was able to capitalize on that. But here we go. It looks like vetoes are underway, and we will soon jump into our winners match. Let's go. Soon jump in. You could also argue that Rogue was also messing up for most of that game as well when it came to staggering his swarm hosts and his locust waves. I would agree with that as well. Like, it wasn't until the very end that we saw him starting to do that, recognizing like how much danger he was in and how much opportunities he was providing to ByuN. True. So we are getting into our next game. Rogue with determination and patience that game. I mean, I would also say the same for ByuN as well. Like ByuN, he was also very happy to just turtle up with turrets, with sensor towers, with liberators, and with tanks as well. But I guess you could argue that towards the end, maybe ByuN ran out of some of that patience, or maybe played too much like patience. Maybe. True. As we are getting into our next series, into our best of 5. Let's go. Getting into that best of 5. Making sure we get everyone involved. As a reminder, it's going to be a fresh series, fresh matchup. The winner of this series will advance on into the playoffs, and the loser will be knocked down to the decider match. So neither one of these two players are going to be eliminated. They both have a life, essentially. They both have some breathing room. They have a life to fall back on. And here we go. So you're jumping in. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg. Representing Team Falcons, it is Rogue. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our fresh best of 5. Coming into this, welcome once again to Amygdala. And once again, we should talk about Rogue's preferred playstyle. We spoke about it at the start of the previous series. May as well talk about it here as well. Rogue, he's very fond of going into lurker tech. He's very fond of playing defensive, playing safe, and even turtling at times, and even missing his own timing attacks, I would say, and missing opportunities to just slow the game down, max out on lurker tech, and go for Nidus play. He's very fond of that, as you saw in the previous game, in ZVT. He's very fond of that in ZVP as well. Not saying he'll do that every game, but more often than not, that's kind of the trajectory that he does like to go in, especially on these larger maps like Amygdala. So we'll see if that's the case here. We'll see if MaxPax can shut him down ahead of time. We'll keep an eye on our players. For now, Gate expanded to Cybercore. Likewise, Rogue going Hatch Gas Pool. So far, standard openers. Oh, hello, Shiva Bastard. Hello, hello. Yes, just in time. Just in time. When it comes to Rogue's style, all the top pro players are familiar. They all know his tendencies, they all know what he likes. I mean, Rogue, he's very distinct compared to the other Zerg players, compared to Dark, compared to Shin, Solar as well. So Rogue, he does have, I would say, a reputation, which MaxPax is fully aware of, I'm sure. And because that MaxPax, he can take two different approaches. He can either try to race Rogue to the late game and try to beat him there and get into Skytoss, or we could see MaxPax try to kill Rogue ahead of time and try to break him. I would say that the latter is more difficult, just because Rogue does play very defensive typically in this matchup. So we'll see how MaxPax will approach this, assuming that Rogue does open up like Fast Lair into earlier gases, into Ling Hydra, into Lurker Tech. That's what I'm leaning towards, but we'll see. For now, getting to his third base. Third base on the way. Likewise, Stargate open out of MaxPax. This typically leads into Oracles, into a third base as well, into an economic start. Hello, Panyo, hello. MaxPax does poke in. Let's poke in. Does pull away. And we have our first unit of choice. It is going to be the Oracle. So Oracle out of the Stargate. So far, so good. Oracles are on the way. They shut down the first Overlord. And Rogue, he does confirm additional Oracle production. So just standard setup. Standard setup here at a MaxPax. From here, Rogue is going to be joining, saturating. MaxPax, he doesn't go for an early Twilight Council as the base is well underway. So it looks like a standard setup here into Twilight Council, into Forge, into +1 and Blink. So everything looking as it should. Likewise, Rogue is still droning. We are still yet to determine, is he going to open up Evo Chamber, Roach Warren, or Fast Lair? What are we going for? MaxPax does zip in. Do you see what I see? As the Oracles, they do get into the middle line, 3 drones go down. I don't see a Forge. Uh-oh. Twilight Council has been thrown down once the Overlord got sniped. Okay, delayed Forge here by MaxPax, but it's still going to be on the way, so this should not be Glaives. Should not be Glaives. From here, we should be seeing Blink into a more aggressive setup, or we could open up Charge, which I'm not too fond of on a larger map. There we go. Blink is on the way. So earlier Blink here from MaxPax. Head shade into the mineral line, getting 3 drone kills so far, not bad. Getting it to 4. And potentially a 5th drone as well. Oh, does shade away. Oracles once again, they rotate, getting up to 7. Oh god, we're getting too much. This is getting out of hand. Getting up to 11 drone kills, and MaxPax, he may just turn this into a 3-base all-in. How many gates so far? So far, I believe 4. Yeah, 4 gateways. We'll see if he goes for a gateway explosion. Again, early blink means he can be active earlier on with these stalkers. He can support it with these oracles, and we may double down. We'll see if MaxPax takes gases. We'll see if he takes his gases. We'll see if he does take up. Here come additional gateways. I'm expecting even more, but we'll see. And slings, they pick off a couple of probes. A couple of workers go down. So far, just getting up to 6 gates. Nothing crazy yet. Stalkers, they poke out. They catch a queen. Oh, clutch transfuse. Clutch transfuse. 1 queen does fall. Once again, poking into the middle line, getting 1 more drone. And MaxPax takes gases. Okay, so only 6 gateways, takes his gases, which means he's getting ready for a 4th expansion, getting ready to take up. From here, he can go into either Storm or Colossus. We have the answer: Temple Archives into Storm. So MaxPax is playing out a standard game. He is not going for an all-in. I would say that MaxPax does have a lead. He has done a lot of damage early on, but he's not going to double down on it. He's not going to go for the kill. He will play this out. Once again, that positioning here with the oracles, shaving off more lings. MaxPax being very efficient. And we should soon be seeing an expansion with the army. As MaxPax is moving in, does spot the 4th expansion. Catches an Overlord. And Rogue, he is struggling here. There's the Nexus, there's the 4th. And expanding with the push. And Rogue is in a really brutal position. I wouldn't blame Rogue if he just commits into an all-in. Rogue, he's not droning. He's not droning, he's not saturating, not yet. He's massing up pure Ling Hydra. There's 1 worker on the way, so we'll see if he does actually committed to droning up. But he is behind. Okay, he's out of stasis, not bad. It was just 1 drone. Yeah, it was just 1 drone to be fully saturated on 3 bases. So 63 workers for now. 20 more links on the way. Yeah, Rogue is going for the all-in. So 3-base all-in here by Rogue. No shield. No, actually, 1 cannon. 1 cannon here at the expansion. Hydras are exposed. Nice pickups. Storm is almost ready, and Storm will finish up in time to defend against the all-in. Oh boy. So things are looking rough here for Rogue. There is still potential. If the Storms don't connect, then maybe Rogue can actually get on top of the High Templar. There is a chance. As that is a lot of Banelings. Can he avoid the Storms? Oh, High Templar exposed. There's the first Storm. There's 3 Storms left. 3 Storms remaining. Rogue collapsing in. There's the second Storm. There's 2 Storms left. Banelings, they don't quite make it through. Very nice stasis. As there's 1 Storm remaining here in the backline. There it is on the Hydras. Lingbane gets dealt with. And MaxPax, he holds the line. Charge ults, they do tank a lot of shots here. Archon moving in as well. Say that, Rogue gaining some ground. Not much though. Yeah, not much. Here come the Zealots. The Hydras will go down. GG gets called as Rogue. He runs into a brick wall. He fails the all-in, and MaxPax will take game number 1. Whew. GG. And again, the all-in just made sense there, just because Rogue sustained so much damage early on. He lost like 15 drones in the early game to Adept harass, to Oracle harass as well. The damage was brutal at the start of the game. So because of that, at this level of play, if you sustain that damage, you can't macro out of it. You can't macro out of that unless you're able to go for a Ling run by or a Baneling run by or some kind of counter tactic equalize. If you're unable to pull that off, then an all-in makes the most sense. Otherwise, you're just playing from behind. You're playing from behind, your opponent will be able to max out sooner, take up sooner. So the all-in did make sense, but as you saw, MaxPax, he was well prepared, and he didn't he wasn't too greedy either. Remember, MaxPax, he took his time when it came to expanding. Took his time claiming the 4th base. He was first taking up into Storm, extra gateways, extra warp-ins. MaxPax did make sure he was safe behind it. And with that, that leads us here into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom, in the top right-hand corner here of Starchild, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Danish Brothers player, the Red Brothers, representing Sidestorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. We go. Oh, asking about Shiva Blaster. Yes, yes. He's told us the lore and his name before. TV show The League. I've yet to watch it. I think I just first assumed it was related to Final Fantasy, which is not the case. But now that we do have our Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Rogue. Standard opener. Likewise, we do see MaxPax going for his own Gate Expand. Close-ish game. I mean, a lot of it came down to the early game aggression. As we mentioned, as soon as we saw MaxPax get, it was 11 drone kills in 1 moment, and even more drone kills before that. Again, around like 15 or 16 worker kills, like that had sealed the deal for Rogue, where he just had to commit. I mean, I guess there are other options you can go for. It's either going for an all-in or being hyper greedy and maybe going for the gold. True, that would have been another option to like try to rush into the gold base to use that economy to help support you and help catch up. Otherwise, going for mass counterattacks to try to deal some equalizing damage. Technically, there are options. So we have MaxPax going for his own Stargate. So Stargate open out of MaxPax once again. And we'll see if we do open up in a similar fashion. Like Oracle opener into a third base, triple Oracle, into Blink Stalker. And of course, welcome one and all to Starchild. Starchild being one of the larger maps in the map pool. A very large map, likewise very accessible as well when it comes to the third base, the fourth base, in between the natural and the third. A lot of avenues of attack. Does make it more difficult to turtle, which we'll appreciate. And we'll see if Rogue can get into his own game, as he was denied that in the last game, right? We mentioned earlier that Rogue, he thrives in more defensive play with taking up into lurker tech. In a longer macro game, he was denied that in game 1. We'll see if he can get there in game 2. Oh. Gets an adept. Takes down 1. Oracle moves out. Second adept will fall. Nice cleanup here out of Rogue. Nice cleanup so far. Oracle does move into the bases. Oh, the Spore is not ready. Oh god, the Spore isn't ready. We get 1, we get 2, we get 3 drone kills. Not a bad start here for MaxPax. Again, the Spore was delayed. Behind this, that is a very early Twilight Council Gateway Explosion before the third base. This does scream Glaive Adepts. Now, if we were casting Hero, I would say, this could be Blink. So if Hero were here, this could be Blink. This could be into a 3-base all-in with H-Gate Blink Stalker. But as we're casting MaxPax, this most likely should be Glaive Adepts. As Oracle pokes in, Oracle pokes away. Oh, never. Hero, is that you? Never mind. Okay, good thing we brought it up. So early Blink here. Again, this is a build that Hero popularized quite some time ago. And it is a very unique build. Now, what this does here is it does mean two things. One, blink is going to be done real fast and real quick. Does allow you to defend against an all-in if Rogue were to go for a roach-based all-in. The other thing though is because your stalkers come online that much sooner, you can be more aggressive with them and you can double down and go for a gateway explosion up to 8 gateways. And you can turn this into a 3-base all-in. So we'll see how committed MaxPax is going to be, bearing in mind that this blink timing is going to be faster than the blink timing of last game. So here we go. And of course, Late Forge. Late Forge for later +1. You can see MaxPax already starting to move out. Now Rogue, he does spot this. As he sees the move out, Lings, they move in towards the left-hand side. There is an Oracle back at him to defend. MaxPax is hunting down Overlords. Lings, they poke in. They pull away. There's 14 more Lings in production. MaxPax applying some pressure. Nothing major. He's taking up. And from the side of MaxPax, I'm waiting to see if he takes his gases. Does he take his gases? Does he go for a gateway explosion? What are we going for? As Lings, they do attempt this around. Plenty of oracles to defend. MaxPax, he holds his own. Takes his gases. Okay, he's taking his gases. He is taking up. And once again, working towards Storm. So we have a similar trajectory as last game. So MaxPax is not going for the all-in. With early blink, he is being very aggressive and he's getting damage, getting overlords, denying creep. But you can see here that he doesn't double down. He doesn't reinforce, or he doesn't, I should say, go for a gateway explosion. He does reinforce with his stalkers, and we'll see if he can apply some pressure to the 4th base. But again, he's not being too committed. Hydras are on the way. Without Hydras, this 4th base is in a bit of trouble here. Lings, they commit. Stasis goes off. There's one more. Up! Does finish. It will. Yeah, Stasis does connect. Brutal Stasis here on the Lings. And with that, MaxPax will maintain this position. He does push forward. Behind this charge on the way. No Storm yet. Does have the Temple Archives, I believe. Hydras are revealed. And Storm should be on the horizon, as MaxPax is claiming a 4th base. So far trading well. Yep, there we go. Storm is on the way. Now, this is a little bit different here. Now, as a reminder, I'm referring to and comparing to last game. MaxPax, this 4th base is faster. There's a faster 4th base. It is a later Storm this time. Bear that in mind. But thankfully for MaxPax, Rogue is droning. Rogue, he's actually droning up this time. So MaxPax, he will get away with the faster 4th and with the later Storm. MaxPax, he should be okay. Speaking of being okay, we did refer to what Rogue prefers in ZVP, how he does enjoy going into a more defensive style into Mass Lurker. There it is, Lurker production is on the horizon. So Rogue is taking up into Lurkers. He's not there yet, but he's heading in that direction. Rogue, he knocks down those rocks. MaxPax getting in position. Remember, Storm is not yet done. But at the same time, Rogue is droning. So he's only posturing, puffing up his chest, clearing up the center of the map, and saturating. Now, who do we favor coming into this kind of game state? Rogue, he is able to drone up, that's true, but I would say these workers are a little bit later. So he is saturating on 4 bases. But Rogue is still lacking a comparable army. He still doesn't have the Lurker Den, he just now finishes. So I do favor MaxPax's army. He has a lot of Storm. There's a lot of Storm. Rogue coming in from behind, coming in for a surround. Storms, they do connect. Yeah, massive Storms on the Hydras. Oh my god. A lot of Hydras do go down, but alas, that was the final Storm. I spoke too soon. Another High Templar comes in. Storm pops up. There's 1 Storm left. Does connect on the Hydras. And Rogue holds. Rogue, that's never mind. There's Zealots in the main. At the same time, Charge, let's say, just warped into the main base. 16 drones just went down, and Rogue, he is torn apart. MaxPax takes the game. GG. GG, well played. Just before Lurker Tech. Lurker Den did finish. Hive was finishing up, but just before Rogue can enjoy his Lurkers, he is going to be broken. Did barely hold on against the main army, and I was wondering, where were the Zealot reinforcements across the map? They were in a War Prism across the map in the main base. GG, well played. MaxPax will take the 2-0, and we'll see if Rogue can ever get into his lurkers. He was almost there. He was on the doorstep of lurker tech map. He was almost there, but not quite. Didn't quite make it, and I don't see that happening coming into our next map. Up next, I believe we're going to be getting into Killer's Mile. Killer's Mile is, of course, as you mentioned, is a more aggressive map. You can be very aggressive, very assertive on 3 bases, and we'll see if Rogue can survive the aggression of MaxPax. Did Rogue have to leave? Yes, everything was dying. We had charge ults in the main base, and I believe there were zealots hitting the 4th base as well. It was happening at the same time. It was happening towards the end, I should say. Dark would have said 100%. I don't think I would say that assertion at all. Here we go. So we are getting into our next game. Getting into game 3. Whew. And we'll see if Rogue can survive. We'll see if he can make it to his Lankers, baby. I'm not as confident. If we were loading into some of these larger maps, then for sure. I feel like Star Child was maybe the best option, the best opportunity for Rogue. But here we go. We're getting to our next game, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Killer's Mile, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons, down in the series, down quite heavily. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. As one more loss and he is out. Or he's down to the decided match. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Storm Gaming, 1 game away from claiming the series and from advancing out of the group into the playoffs. It is MaxPax. Here we go. And welcome one all to Killer's Mile. Killer's Mile, again, is a unique map. On the one hand, we do have a bit of a more secure natural because of the ramp. True, there is a ramp coming into the natural. It's very narrow as well, so that does make it more defendable. But at the same time, the 3rd base is nowhere near as defendable. We do see a massive opening here in towards the 3rd. Likewise, the 4th base is very similar in that aspect as well. We have seen a lot of successful attacks and all-ins at both of these locations. Even earlier today, we saw Rogue go for a 3-base all-in against ByuN with Massive Roach on this map, also catching ByuN off guard, also bringing him down. That was in game 1 of this series. But again, we've seen a lot of successful all-ins here on this map, and we'll see if either player does commit into that. At this point, we might see it from Rogue, potentially. I mentioned before that Rogue, he typically thrives in a longer, later game. We saw that against ByuN, for example. Like, that's kind of the game state that Rogue thrives in, but he has to get there first. Meanwhile, we've seen something similar out of MaxPax every game so far in this series. He has been going for earlier blink. He's been going for earlier blink. I mean, last game was even earlier than game 1. True, but he has been going for these early blink stalker aggressive builds into Storm, and has been quite successful with it. We'll see if that continues. MaxPax does pull away. There's going to be a Stargate opener here from our Protoss once again. Stargate into Oracle. And we'll keep an eye on that Twilight Council timing. Keep an eye on it. Let's keep an eye. Likewise, both players just going to be saturating. Just trying to keep up. MaxPax threatening a shade. So far, MaxPax has been quite successful with his early Adept harass and Oracle harass as well. It's on Rogue to keep up. Slings a threat in the natural. Just looking to poke in. First lane does go down. Oracles are on the way. Roki does come in for the surround though. Doesn't quite get it. And MaxPax does escape. Doesn't get many drone kills though. Doesn't get any actually. So a bit of a cleaner defense this time here by Rogue. He did invest into extra Lings though, so he's going for a big Ling counterattack. Has potential if the Oracle's out of position, but for now MaxPax is back at home. I spoke too soon. Oracle moves out. As it moves out, Lings are moving in. But as they get here, the Oracle comes out just in time to defend. MaxPax, he holds back at home. He gets across the map. Queens are in position. And the Oracle doesn't find much damage. So if I just trading against the Lings. They get one drone. They denied the Spore. Once again, nice whole position there out of the Oracle. And Rogue, he will defend, not without losing 10 Lings and 1 drone, but still a better defense here from Rogue. We've seen a lot more rough defense here already in the series. As MaxPax is expanding, and this time going for a later Twilight Council. This should be into Blink. Now, this is a later Blink timing compared to last game, true. But Blink nonetheless. Into Forge, into +1. Rogue does go for his own early Roach Warren. Oh, never mind. I was about to say this is the first time we're seeing roaches out of Rogue in this series, but that is not the case. Does cancel, going for the Eva Chamber. MaxPax does confirm. And this should be a Ling Hydra. Should be a Ling Hydra out of Rogue. So +1 melee, into Lair, into Hydra Tech. Rogue is cutting corners. And once again, MaxPax is moving out. Now, this is a little bit riskier. As we mentioned, this Blink timing is going to be later here in Game 3 than previously. So MaxPax, he's vulnerable to a surround. That's also emphasizing the importance of these Oracles. These Oracles, they need to conserve their energy to make sure that that surround doesn't happen. Now pokes in, takes down the Overlord. Lings are building up. Good positioning here from MaxPax. Sets up the first stasis. Eva Chamber's under fire. We can see Rogue setting up with a surround. Oh, it doesn't bait out the stasis. That was close. Likewise, catching reinforcements. Remember, Blink is not done. One Stalker goes down. Massive pickup. He gets one. Eva Chamber, it does full. Denies +1. Uh-oh. And +1 is denied. Stasis goes off. MaxPax has to get the hell out of here. Let's pull away. Blink is now done. Rogue instead going for a counterattack, going for a run-by. Trying to catch reinforcements, and it looks like he will barely surround some of them. Up! Gets 2. And 2 soldiers get surrounded. Never mind, Blink does come into play. Whew. MaxPax, he gets away. He defends. And Rogue, he's not draining. Rogue, he did just lose +1. No saturation here at the 4th base. Rogue, he supply blocked. Oh, 4 Overlords in production. Massing up his Ling Hydra. And it looks like Rogue, he's going for the all-in. He's going for the all-in. Massing up Hydras. He's not droning whatsoever. Forget about the Lunkers. He's committing. Now, MaxPax, he is taking a 4th base. That's not going to come into play. Storm is in production. MaxPax, he does recognize there's no droning. Nice stasis. Very nice stasis. But I believe MaxPax did scout. I mean, he sees. He sees no droning, no saturation. With the revelation, he sees that there's no workers at the expansion. He pulls away. Yep, we have a wall of cannons, shield batteries, more static defense. Oracle pokes in. MaxPax, he checks. He confirms. Yeah, big moment here. This is all to confirm no saturation. And now he knows it's just a pure all-in. MaxPax is aware. Storm is now done. Storm is ready. Speaking of... Oh! Storm is coming in. Stasis goes off. Oh my god. A brutal stasis on the Lings. Lings, they get shut down. Does take a massive stasis to the face. So 5 High Templar in total. We're going down to, what, 2, soon to be 3 storms. Stasis not baited. First stasis runs out. Lings get caught once again. Storms, we get some decent storms on the Hydras. A little bit trigger happy. We're down to 1 storm currently. Yeah, 1 storm left over. Hydras, they start to step in. We're holding onto that storm, and GG gets called. Roki doesn't break through at the same time. Another Zealot run, every time. Another Zealot run by, and with that, GG, MaxPax, he holds, he defends, and MaxPax, he will claim the series at 3-0. GG. GG, well played. Both in game 2 and in game 3, in the midst of the attack that's happening, where Rogue was all in across the map. We did miss it. Rogue missed it as well. Zelta were just killing everything. They were just killing everything. There were drones that were going down, and of course the all in was failing as well. GG. GG, well played. With that, MaxPax, he will claim the series, and MaxPax is the first player to make it through the group stage into the playoffs out of Group D. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Again, MaxPax has claimed the series. I will say that ByuN had a very strong showing against MaxPax. If you missed it, ByuN, he almost 2-0'd MaxPax. I'm still thinking about Amygdala. I'm still thinking about that Amygdala series. It was that Amygdala game. It was crazy. But MaxPax had a much stronger showing here against Rogue. Very strong, very dominant. Ooh, as that takes us into the elimination match, it's going to be a TVT up next between ByuN and ByuN. Let's go. Now, if you're a fan of Rogue, do not worry. Rogue, he's still in the tournament. He's still in the group stage. He is still here. And he is waiting for his next Terran opponent. Zach, got you covered. Are setting up. Max actually would never do a Zealot run by Kappa. But with that, GG well played. We're going to be going on a short break. Very short break here. As we will be back. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with the elimination match with that best of 5 at TVT. See you soon. See you soon, Pap. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the elimination match. The elimination match here of the Rex Able Madness Group D. We have our Terran versus Terran ready for you. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Vitality. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our fresh best of 5. As a reminder, this is a best of 5 elimination match, which means the loser is out of the tournament and the winner will advance on to face off against Rogue in the decider match. Oh boy, so 2 series left, 2 series remaining here in the broadcast, and we'll see how this does unfold. Again, ByuN, of course, he is the TVT sniper. ByuN is one of, if not the main reason why Clem no longer plays TVT. He's like, I do place a lot of blame onto ByuN for that one. He just knocked Clem into Protoss is what happened. Smooch. God damn it, ByuN. God damn it. So coming into this, I do lean towards ByuN, but these two do go back and forth. They do go back and forth here. ByuN, of course, he has a much more active style in TVT. I love how he does often rush into earlier stim timings, earlier second racks timings, and a more drop heavy style. Meanwhile, ByuN is very positional based. He's very positional based. Not saying he plays mech, but he often plays bio tank into a more robust army. And we'll see how our players do get into game 1. We'll see how they get into the mid game. Let's go. Let us go. 100% favorite ByuN. I mean, you can think what you want, I suppose. As we do settle in. So far, racks expand. Economic openers here from our two players. Do have our economic openers, and we'll see how we do get into said mid game. So far, racks into factory. Again, I'm really keeping my eye open here for the timing of that second racks from ByuN. I do expect a 1-1-1 out of our Red Terran player, but we'll see if our Blue Terran also reciprocates. Hello. What's going on? As ByuN, he does go for a very, very fast third TC. That is a third TC before starport. Very greedy build here by ByuN, very risky, and we'll see if he can get away with said greed. Este ByuN. Again, I love his style of TVT. Again, it's often very risky and very intense. Very active as well. Reapers poke in, they delayed the CC. Oh, sorry, they delayed the starport, I should emphasize. So starport is delayed quite heavily, actually. Likewise, gets 2 more workers, so 2 workers in total. Nice damage so far. ByuN does have to get back on that starport, has to try to stabilize, and so far ByuN doing a great job here, just keeping ByuN busy. And the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for ByuN as he tries to get away with that faster CC timing. Now, what I should emphasize here is eventually ByuN will confirm what's going on. And once he does, he has to make a decision. Can he punish? Can he delay? That's the problem here, or that's going to be the issue. Early on, not the biggest of deals, as both Reapers do get shut down. Nice cleanup here from ByuN. I will say that those 2 Reapers did pay for themselves. They were able to successfully get 2 SCVs. They delayed the starport as well. They delayed the build of ByuN quite successfully. They also, more importantly, kept ByuN busy. They kept him busy back at home. And again, we'll see when and if he's able to scout and confirm what's happening. I would say, for example, if he were to confirm this early on, I would love to see like a 2-port response, like 2-port 2-base all in. We have seen that be quite successful against ByuN, even earlier this morning when we casted ByuN versus Cure. Did see Cure pop off. So now we do have the early medevac. Interesting. So ByuN is moving out early on. Just waiting for his Cyclone for his push. I do like this aggressive start here by ByuN. He doesn't really know what he's moving into. He doesn't know how greedy ByuN really is being. We'll see how successful he's going to be, though, with those 2 Cyclones. As here we go. He boosts across the map. Now, again, this is delayed. This is a delayed push, and unfortunately, because of that delay, the first tank is out. The first tank has arrived, so a big moment here for ByuN. His tank is getting in position. Again, this does hit a little bit late. Can ByuN get on top of the tank? Oh, gets a lock on. Does get a lock on. Tank fully goes off. And the tank is barely going to go down. Boys are being pulled. SCV is going to be falling. The Cyclone did fall though. But that's going to be how many SCV kills? That's going to be what, 5, 6, 7 SCV so far. Just getting it to 6. That is good economic damage. It's a strong start here for ByuN. If only there wasn't a third CC. So ByuN, he can afford these losses. He can afford these losses. Ooh, as another SCV goes down. ByuN, nice control. He does pull away. Successful attack. ByuN does take a worker lead. He throws down 2 more Raxes, getting his own third TC. But ByuN is able to recover and make 3 SCVs at a time. So on the one hand, yes, ByuN lost a lot of workers, but because of his build, he can afford to lose some workers. Now the downside for ByuN is that he would have liked to have had a greater economic lead and a greater economic advantage. Because of the economic damage that was dealt, that's less the case. Is going to be less of the case here for ByuN. Behind this, getting into the rest of his bio, into Stim, into his own Viking production as well. Meanwhile, we do see ByuN playing a much more standard style, getting into additional Ravens. It is double Raven here for ByuN. Meanwhile, ByuN is getting into triple Raven. So extra Raven here for ByuN. Likewise, he moves out. Again, ByuN, he hasn't really confirmed what's going on. He does see the tank Raven setup, but he does set up here at the third base location. He moves in and he will scout the production. Again, ByuN, he's posturing. This will deter ByuN from expanding. Oh, I say that. ByuN now taking a CC. ByuN, he moves away. Not quite in position. Not in position. ByuN, he moves in to make sure that he's safe. But both players are taking their third CCs. Had a similar timing here. ByuN does a slight worker advantage. And we have a game. We have a game. We have a back and forth. In the end, those 7 SCV kills at the start of the game were enough to equalize things here for ByuN. When it comes to the main armies, what do we have? We do have a 1 tank lead for ByuN. So our blue Terran, he's up by 1 tank. He also has the greater Viking count. Instead, ByuN has a greater Raven count. Speaking of Ravens though, yeah, reverse Raven does fall. Massive pickoff. Yeah, ByuN gets caught out. Massive catch here. Disable popping up. And ByuN is in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble right now. Again, he lost the free Raven, lost the tank. ByuN is in a better position. And he's reinforcing. He's reinforcing with another tank. He's not going to be... he's not going to be backing off. He's pushing forward. Pushing towards that natural. And ByuN, he goes for the stim. Oh, good. Takes on 1 Raven. Oh, there's a from behind. Let's go. Comes in from behind. Disables 3 of the tanks. There's 1 tank left. And ByuN, he will defend. He will shut this down. He gets 1. He gets 2 tanks. There's still 2 tanks remaining, though. And he will clean this up again. Very nice flank here by ByuN. As we mentioned, he is known for his positional play and good positioning here. Solid. Whew. And ByuN did overextend. Unfortunately, he didn't see the rotation. Didn't see the Ravens. He did have the Vikings, but the Vikings were not in position to zone. They were not in position. ByuN is dealt with. So ByuN, he's going to be pushing forward. Likewise, 4 CC in position here for ByuN. It's going to be thrown down on location. ByuN, he stims across the map, so does ByuN. ByuN, he does have 1 disable. Meanwhile, does catch reinforces. Massive pickoff here from ByuN. Yeah, boys being pulled. SCV's going to be going down. They have to be pulled here to defend. Yeah, and there's a rough defense here for ByuN. Going to be losing everything. 22 SCV kills. He's all in. At this point, he's all in. He will deny the 3rd, but back at home, he's losing everything. Again, a Hail Mary play here from ByuN. Tank volley's going off. Do we have another disable? Not quite yet. Meanwhile, ByuN, he kills the natural, now going for the 3rd. And ByuN, does he turn around? He's turning around, he's racing back home. Not like this. Bleeding out more SCVs. Bleeding out more workers. And again, this 1 Marine run by is winning ByuN this game. As he does take a massive supply lead. Economic and army. Lose one medevac. But again, this is what ByuN is best at. He's best at going for these either drop play or just run bys, stimming across the map. It is often very risky. It's it's not the most reliable way to play, but it has its moments. Now, speaking of stimming across the map, I mean, let's do it again. let's go. Again, just mass marine. Does get spotted. Now, in a head-on fight, I do favor Ryung's army, assuming he tanks and he does siege in time. ByuN, he doesn't commit. Remember, he knows he got spotted. His tanks, they do siege up. Army gets baited in. 2 volleys go off. Not bad. And again, this is what Ryung needs. Ryung, he needs to try to catch his army out of position, if at all possible. We have 3-3 on the way here for ByuN, doubling down on mass marine, making 9 marines at a time. Now, Ryung does have his tank advantage, true. He still has the ravens as well. This is why I do say that in a head-on fight, I favor Ryung, but ByuN doesn't have to go for a head-on fight, as he has a more mobile army. Once again, catching reinforcements. Ryung out of position. Marine's gonna be going down. Ryung, he ignores it. He just keeps going. We're going for the base raid. Wait, we're going for the base raid. He moves out. ByuN has so many marines back at him to defend. Tanks do siege. Nice and stable. Another tank goes down. ByuN pushing right down mid, going for the third. Meanwhile, third CC is going to be going down for both players. Oh my god. ByuN going for the drop. Up. Does attempt to. Whew. Ryung, he reacts in time. The CC gets saved. Ryung, he does have the greater army supply. ByuN has potential for surround. He has 2 groups of marines out on the map. Reinforcements on the way. ByuN trying to come in from behind. Nice anti-armor missile. Missile goes off. ByuN being forced back. ByuN getting ready to play. He does pull the boys. He commits. It's all or nothing. Does pull the boys. Tanks are exposed. Yeah, the order starts to know where they need to be. Ravens go down as well. Best fight that ByuN could have hoped for. And saying that, though, there are still too many marines. Oh. Tanks, they hold the line. There's 2 tanks on the high ground. 3 tanks even. But bear this in mind. ByuN is on 2 bases. He's on 2 bases. He lost his 4th, or he doesn't have a 4th base. The 3rd base is now landing. Ryung back at home. He has more bases. He has a greater income. Ryung takes a lead. And can he kill the CC? He spots it. He does spot it. Does them in. Takes down the command center. ByuN is in trouble. And Ryung just has to take it slow. Like, there's no pressure. There's no pressure on Ryung to, like, commit in and try to break this position. You just calm things down, take it slow. Throw down more sensor towers. And ByuN gets caught out. I mean, they catch each other. Again, 3-3 comes into play. Better upgrades here for ByuN. And ByuN, he will overwhelm. Yeah, he takes the fight. Not the fight that Ryung was hoping for. I mentioned it, that he doesn't have to take the fight here. Doesn't have to move out. Calm down, Papi, calm down. The upgrade superior for the blue Terran, catching up more medevacs. Ryung, he's racing back. He falls back onto 3 bases. ByuN is back in this game. He was down like 20 supply. Now recovering. And now the tank count has been equalized. So even tank count. Greater marine count for Ryung, but again, the upgrades are lacking. He's still halfway done +3, and he hasn't started +3 armor. Just doesn't have the minerals for it. Now, I'm hoping that ByuN doesn't drop into the main. after knocking down this Sensei Tower, he shouldn't. He shouldn't, as he's been spotted. You can see ByuN, he's hoping for that to happen. It's like, oh no, I have nothing in the main base. I'm so exposed. He pulls away. Pulls away, double expanding. That is the natural. He floats over the natural as a fresh mining base. So ByuN takes the supply lead. And again, ByuN, he was ahead multiple times in this game. Like, he was in some good positions, but alas, that has since fallen by the wayside. ByuN now with a greater economy, still maintaining better upgrades. Now, those upgrades are eventually going to be tied up, true. Like, +3 attack is just now finishing. So, ByuN, he's catching up in upgrades. When it comes to the tank count, is now in favor of ByuN. But he does have to be careful. Tank shot goes off. ByuN, calm down. Tank shots going off. ByuN trying to keep up with the rotations. There's a stim. It does stim in. ByuN in quite a position. Tanks are exposed. They're going to go down. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 tanks. 4 tanks do fall. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, ByuN not where he needs to be. ByuN now rotating once again. Sorry, ByuN now rotating once again. Sims in, gets a tank, not bad. Takes down the tank. ByuN pulls away. He does float over his main. His main does float over as a 4th. Setting up a surround. He's going for it. Gets a tank. Takes down a tank. ByuN, he is spread thin. Consolidates his army. Looking at the units tab here, ByuN still has a greater tank count, but he's now down in Bio, down in Marines. Oof. Tank shot goes off. ByuN stimming forward. A bold move here by ByuN. Collapse on the army, gets 2 tanks. He doesn't have enough. Yeah, not enough here. Not enough to push through. Has to fall back. That was risky. Likewise gets another tank. Nice pickoff. Takes down one more tank. Likewise moving in. Liberators, they will complicate things. Has to commit. Oh, please add a lot of Marines taking down that one Liberator. Ay, ay, ay. ByuN falling in supply here. Has to resaturate. Transferring over. But the game is slowing down. Again, it's so difficult to push through these bridges. Like, it goes both ways. But tanks, they lock these bridges down. We don't have another Liberator yet. Not yet. Just building up more Bio. There we go. 1 Liberator now on the way. Liberators, they can break these siege positions. And ByuN does have the Viking lead. Behind this, going for a 5th CC on location. Where's ByuN pulling a ByuN? Let's go, going for a run by. He can deny the 5th. That would be a big moment for him. Yeah, he stims in. Stims in, finds the expansion, should force a cancel. Nice pickup. So the economy is still even. ByuN doesn't take a lead, but the Liberator has arrived. Yeah, ByuN has to respect it. He has to pull away. Positioning. I'm loving that one Marine stim to tank the shot. ByuN, he bypasses the entire army. He's crazy. He gets caught on the right hand side. At the same time, ByuN is moving in, and oh, ByuN, he notices. He does notice in time. Does try to respond. A couple of tanks do siege. Despite that, mining is being denied. ByuN going for a counterattack. Liberator's back at home. ByuN stemming in. Yeah, Ryung, you cannot stop this. There's just too many Marines. And that would be a kill on the CC. Brutal pickoff. This rotation from Ryung just wasn't quite worth it. He can try to collapse on this position though. True. It's a brutal spread of tanks though. He's setting up for it. I'm not too convinced, I'll be honest. But he's going for it. He comes us around. He's pushing into what, 7 tanks? He takes down the first line of 4. Takes down 4 tanks, gets a 5th. Getting a 6th. Getting all 7. Up. Oh my, it costs so many Marines though. So many Marines. Oh god. Yeah, Ryung here extends towards the end. His tanks are exposed, and ByuN will clean everything up. GG gets called. ByuN, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG will play a very intense back and forth. Ryung, he definitely had some strong moments in that game, but ByuN, if you recall, the one moment where he was able to gain momentum was when he went for one big push through the left-hand side with his Marines. He just sent it across the map right down mid. He was able to get, how many SCVs? Was it like 17? 17-ish? No, 22. 22 SCVs went down to his Ling run by, sorry, to his Marine run by. I believe he killed the natural base as well. And that kind of sealed the deal when it came to his advantage. He did take a massive lead from that moment. We saw that Ryung did a great job when it came to recovering and even things up. But for the most part, he was still slightly behind. He was still trying to catch up, down in Vikings, down in Liberators. And in the end, GG. GG well played. ByuN takes game number 1. Whew, let's go. And I look forward to the rest of the series here. If this is what game 1 looks like, show us all 5 games, Pappy. Let's go. Let's go. As we are setting up and getting ready. As looks like our players, they need a moment here. Do need a moment. As a reminder, that game even started with ByuN rushing into the 3rd CC. That was crazy. Which Ryung did punish, and he recovered from. True, true. Oh. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're going to be loading into map of choice. Where are we headed? Where are we dropping? It is going to be Whispers of Gold. Whispers of Gold, of course, being a much smaller map of the map pool. This is where I do favor someone like ByuN. I feel like Ryung's strengths are going to be really shown off on these larger maps. On these smaller maps, though, that's where he can struggle. That's where ByuN is going to be favored, or I should say that's where aggression is favored. As it takes less time to get across the map, less time to counterattack, less time to move in. Oh boy. That is something to bear in mind when it comes to this tournament map pool, is that a lot of the maps are smaller. There are less larger maps. So that is going to be a factor coming into this. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the other South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. Here we go. And again, welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. Whispers of Gold being one of the smaller maps of the map pool, a much smaller map. Likewise, the 3rd and 4th bases are more exposed, they're more vulnerable, there's less high ground to take advantage of, especially at the linear 3rd base. And even at this triangular 3rd base, there's another avenue of attack here towards the center of the map. You can knock down these rocks, you can move in, and we have seen many players struggle to defend on Whispers of Gold. Oh, double gas. Interesting. So double gas opener here out of Ryung. Does open up with a faster factory, and meanwhile 2 ranks opener, 2 ranks Reaper out of ByuN. So in this opener, I do favor Ryung here. Ryung's opener is designed to shut down proxy play and to shut down aggression. This isn't quite proxy, but 2x Reaper nonetheless. So the way this works here is that Ryung will have faster Hellion production. With faster Hellions, he should have a much more secure defense. This 2x opener here by ByuN is gonna struggle to get damage done. I mean, it's still ByuN, right? Like, he can still try to out-control his opponent and get damage done regardless, but he has to work against the build as well of Ryung. So there are multiple factors that are going to be working against him. We'll see if he can pull this off. We'll see if he can gain value here and get some damage done. Here we go. As the first Reaper does move out, meanwhile Factory's on the way. Again, that's going to be for the eventual Hellions. As Reapers are amassing. To move in. Light goes around behind this, building up back at home. Hellion is halfway done, and upon seeing both Reapers, he should know. Yeah, ByuN backs off. He saw how late the CC was, so the CC timing told ByuN everything he needs to know. He now knows that there's a Hellion, that there's a faster Factory. We'll see if he can focus the Hellion down. Speaking of, focus in. Will delay the CC. CC is delayed, so it gets some damage, which is nice, but with a 2x Reaper opener, you ideally want some more. Now, the other important thing to take note of here is the follow-up. Now, from 2x Reaper, this leads into a 2-1-1. Oh, never mind. But this can lead into a 2-1-1. We'll see when he gets into his stim timing. Now, he's going for an add-on swap, so Tech Lab on the Factory, not staying on the racks. Bear that in mind. Ooh, meanwhile, Ryung is getting ready for a counterattack. Cyclones are on the way, Medevac as well. It's not going to be an easy defense here for ByuN. The Cyclone is going to be crucial here in defending back at home. As Reapers, they get 2, they get up to 3 SCVs. Cyclone has arrived. Finally, Ryung can break out and he can finally expand. Meanwhile, ByuN back at home. CC is already done. The pressure is now on Ryung to get some damage done. Here we go, he does boost across the map. And what do we have at home to defend? We have 1 Cyclone, 5 Marines. Now, ByuN cannot afford to lose this Cyclone. Can't afford to lose this. As Ryung does move in ahead of time. Cyclone does get a lock-on. Lock-on is going to be broken. Oh my god. Yeah, Ryung doesn't pull away far enough. And with that, ByuN should be able to hold on. I say that lock-on is brutal. Cyclone is going to go down. Cyclone does fall, the Marines do fall, he has control of low ground, another Cyclone does arrive. Lock-on on the Medevac. And Ryung, he will barely break the lock-on. Gets 4 CVs, but ByuN will hold. Oh, he wants it! Oh no! He wants the Medevac! Oh my god, does hold it in time. Oh, meanwhile, ByuN loses the Medevac instead, and Ryung, he rallies through. He does break the position, he does break the natural, and looks like he has enough to break his opponent. Boys are being pulled, GG gets called, and Ryung ties up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. Does tie things up again. It was just a really rough start for ByuN, as we mentioned. Opening up 2x Reaper against 1-1-1 was a brutal position. He was able to delay the CC, but it does mean that the rest of his production was delayed. The rest of his army was delayed, his factory, more importantly, his Cyclones, and we saw that Ryung was able to overwhelm. It wasn't just about the openers though. It was also about the follow-up. Very important that Ryung did go for the Medevac follow-up into the very early drop across the map, so he was able to punish ByuN for his build. So the punish was real. GG. Whew. GG, well played. With that, we have our back and forth. Here we go. As we do get into Amygdala from here. For game 3, Amygdala, a much larger map of the map pool. This is where, as I mentioned before, I was talking about how smaller maps are going to be favoring the aggressive nature of ByuN. These larger maps are going to be favoring the more defensive play here of Ryung instead. We'll see if ByuN can surpass that though. We'll see. I would not be surprised if we see a proxy, by the way. that would be a way to just bypass and try to get around a longer game here on Amygdala. We'll see. We'll see. Here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner of Amygdala. We have our South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran being forced into a tied series. We'll see if he can bring it back. Representing Shopify Rebellion, it is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player from South Korea, representing Team Vitality. It is ByuN. Here we go. We are going to be settling into this, and yep, we did assume this would happen. Now, to be fair, I thought it was going to be ByuN. If you recall, coming into this game, I was like, yeah, don't be surprised if we see 2x Reaper, if we see a proxy. I thought it was going to be ByuN. I thought ByuN would 2x Reaper ByuN in this game. I like that it's the opposite. I like that it's the reverse here, just because I feel like we have certain expectations, right? We have the expectation that ByuN would open up economically because of that mind games, and ByuN, he does go for the faster CC on the low ground. He does move out for an SCV scout. Now, this is a much more common proxy location. There is a very high chance that ByuN will scout this, but ByuN is going for a delayed factory, so ByuN is going to be in a rough position. It's going to be in a rough position here. It's not going to be an easy defense here for ByuN. ByuN, he has momentum, he has opportunity. He has a good chance here to make this work. So here we go. Reapers are on the way. That's Reapers, yeah, they are building up across the map. ByuN, he has yet to confirm. Now, this first Reaper should be scouting, should be checking here at the proxy locations. Oh! True, SCV Scout. SCV Scout does confirm what's going on. Boys are being pulled. Factory's on the way. Good reaction, good scouting here by ByuN. He knows. He knows what's going on. He's getting ready. He will lose one SCV, but he should be secure as he does pre-pull the boys. Boys are pre-pulled. Reaper a bit exposed. Yeah, Reaper is targeted. Another SCV goes down. ByuN does pull away. And ByuN, he should not kill ByuN. He shouldn't be able to kill him. Command center's in production. So far, 2 SCV kills. Reapers, they poke in. Once again, more lost mine time. Getting another SCV, not bad. Getting up to 3. Marine going to be going down as well. Brutal pickoff. Strong, he pulls back. Behind this should be expanding. Factory's on the way. CC on the low ground. He is building up, and so far good damage, and again lost mine time on top of that, so ByuN has had the better economy, and ByuN is transitioning out of this in towards a longer game. Whew, okay, again, very tense early game here, and again ByuN, he has done enough to make this worth it. Again, he doesn't kill ByuN, but does contain. Likewise, he sees the army. ByuN, he rotates over towards the right-hand side. Again, does spot the Hellions. Can't quite push in. Ooh, KDS should put me off. Takes down one of the... Very nice control. Oh my god. ByuN, calm down. Pappy. Playing like ByuN. Calm down, Pappy. Calm down. As we see ByuN rotate once again. Oh, does overextend though. Yeah, he will lose one of his Reapers as he runs into the Hellions. Was hoping to tank a shot with those Raxes, or with the Rax. And from here, we're building up. Ooh, fast 30. Bold move. Fast 30C out of ByuN. And this is almost a role reversal of game 1. Game 1 on Ultra Love, where we have instead this time ByuN going into his own starport, into medevac, into drop across the map. Cyclones on the way. ByuN is going to go for a counterattack, a massive counterattack, might I add at that. Meanwhile, ByuN is being greedy here and is going to be vulnerable to set attack. Oh boy. ByuN going for his own Cyclone drop as well. And we'll see who catches who. Now, ByuN does have a spotter depot, or sorry, spotter racks. To scout to confirm, basically an overlord. He will miss the medevac. He will spot the main army, does see the Cyclone. And will miss that drop as Hellions are moving out. At the same time, Cyclone into the main, Reapers towards the natural. Hellions not at home to defend. And can he get some damage done? There is a Cyclone in the main. Yeah, ByuN should be fine. Should be fine. Does zone away. Drop making his way across the map. ByuN does have units at home to defend, but not quite in the main. Yeah, he's vulnerable. He's vulnerable. Drop comes in. Hellions, they pop off. They get 2 shots. Yeah, 2 SCVs so far. Boys being called. Oh god, they stack up. Oh no! Oh my god. They do snag. 4 SCVs. Whew. 5 in total. That could have been so much worse. Let's get 5 SCVs, and the medevac does not get away. Medevac gets picked off. Likewise, Liberator across the map. ByuN does poke in, trading at some Marines. We get some decent pickoffs. Uh-oh. Does boost away. And back at home, it's going to be, what, 3 SCV kills, 4 SCVs and a mule, 5 SCVs and a mule. ByuN does take an economic lead. Head in workers. Head in economy. Still very tense. Interestingly enough, we do see ByuN taking an upgraded advantage. He does have 1-1 on the way already, as well as Stim. Upgrades that ByuN doesn't have. He is aware. He did scout, of course. He does know that he's behind when it comes to the upgrades, but not the biggest upgrade disparity. 3rd TC now finishing up for ByuN. His is already done. Bear that in mind. Did have the faster expansion, and should be able to land on location as well. And we're getting into the mid game. Getting into the mid game. 3rd base is now being taken. Game is going to slow down. Okay, we're calming down, Pat. We're calming down. Calming things down. Ooh, both players saturating their 3rd bases. We can take a breath. And we can settle in. We can settle in. Sure, there's an early Stim timing for ByuN, but Stim is soon to finish up for ByuN as well, so he's not too far behind when it comes to set upgrades. It's catching up. ByuN, he rotates over towards the 3rd base of ByuN. ByuN going for his own drop right down the middle. We've been here before. We saw this on Ultra Love. ByuN just setting it right down mid.
Research.
ByuN, he doesn't actually have much of him to defend. He's out of position. And this may deal crippling damage. Oh boy. As back at home, we have the minimal units to defend, but this can still be enough for ByuN. Scans at a time, stims in, disables one of the tanks. Tank does not siege in time. Disables the 2nd tank as well. And here comes the double drop into the main. Now there are units to defend. ByuN, he does have an army. Tank will siege up. Does hold on. He won't drop into the 3rd. Likewise, ByuN, he does supply block his opponents. Oh, more SCV kills though. Yeah, more SCV is going to be falling. Combat shields in favor of ByuN. Bear that in mind. He has better upgrades. Better upgrades for ByuN when he defends, but he will lose 15 SCVs. Oof. Yeah, he loses so many workers. He does deny the 3rd, which is nice and all, but ByuN still enjoys a much greater economy. Nice catch. Gets a medevac. Oh, ByuN, he will overwhelm this. Yeah, he just has a vast amount of Marines. I say that, never mind, the disables, they pop off. Oh my god. ByuN, he takes the fight, takes down all 3 tanks as well. He's crazy. Takes down the tanks, shuts down the bio. I mean, again, combat shield's just now finishing up, so that was still in favor of ByuN. He still had the better Marines. But finally, he's going to be cleaned up. Finally, he has to pull away. But here come the reinforcements, and ByuN, he does have that supply lead. He has a massive army in comparison. Now, this time he no longer has any Ravens, so no longer any disables. Despite that, look at the units tab here. 42 Marines to 16. He should be able to stim and win. The boys are being pulled in desperation. Every single SV is going to go down. And ByuN, he will overwhelm. He will overwhelm. He will take this. GG gets called. ByuN, he will take a 2-1 lead in the series. Whew. GG. ByuN, he does take a lead, and ByuN is now 1 game away from claiming the series. We'll see if ByuN can fight back and force the ace match. The pressure is on. The pressure is on. And again, we'll see if he can recover. Ooh, it's not easy playing against ByuN. Again, like, he's known for having the best TVT in Korea. It's not easy to overcome. He is the tuna Terran. True. Is the tuna Terran. But I want to believe in an ace match. Regardless of how this goes, regardless if this goes the way of ByuN or ByuN, I would love to see an ace match between these two. Give us a game 5. That's all we want. Take us all the way. And here we go. As our next game is going to be on Killer's Mile. Okay. Again, we featured this map quite often so far tonight. We've spoken about how aggression can be quite favored on this map. Aggression can be favored, but we'll see how our players will approach this. I can't imagine that ByuN's going to proxy 2 games in a row, but we've seen stranger things before. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Killer's Mile, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the other South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is ByuN. Here we go. Whew, as this time, no SCV. There's no SCV on the map. This time there is no proxy from either player. We're just building up back at home and settling in. Once again, talking about the map itself, we did speak about how difficult it can be to protect and to defend the third base. Rush distance by ground is quite short, and we have seen multiple times already in this series ByuN just send it across the map. Just, just throw caution to the wind and just send it, just commit right down mid. And he has every time dealt critical damage. We'll see if we can do it again. I'm sure that'll happen at some point in this game. When it comes to the openers, economic. It's going to be a single gas from ByuN, single gas... Oh, my apologies. I'm blind. Single gas from ByuN, so ByuN is going for an economic opener. ByuN opening up safe, double gas. Double gas into a faster factory, into faster helium production. If ByuN was being proxied, then ByuN would have the advantage. If ByuN was getting 2x Reaper, then ByuN would also have the advantage. But here in this kind of game state, I do lean towards ByuN, as ByuN is able to gain that faster CC, and chances are ByuN won't be able to punish it. You can see ByuN scouting, making sure he's safe. There's that command center on location. Now, ByuN will have a faster starport timing because of this, and he can potentially go for an early drop across the map. We have seen that quite a lot already here in this series, with the early cyclone drop. Because this happens so often, though, I would imagine that ByuN is aware and is going to be getting ready for that once he realizes what's been going on. Jesus, did you see that jump? Oh my god. Jumped across the screen. Checking for proxies. Checks the triangular third location. And stays parked on top of the ramp. Factory's finishing. We do have our setup. As we mentioned, there's that faster starport for ByuN. So 1-1-1, fastest starport here from our Korean Terran player. And from here we could see early Cyclone into early push. ByuN back at home, settling in. Bearing in mind, neither player has scouted each other, so no one knows what's been going on, no one knows how greedy or how aggressive either player is being. We're just playing blind. Often is the case in TVT. There's the Cyclone, and we're waiting for the medevac. Yeah, there it is. Medevac is on the way. Again, we've seen this same or similar opener here out of ByuN, I want to say like 2 or 3 times so far in this series. Now I think this is the 3rd time. He's very fond of it, which is why at this point ByuN should be used to it. And is getting ready with his own Cyclone, setting up defensively back at home. And here we go. ByuN, he does boost across the map. He's got his 1 Cyclone, 2 Reapers, 1 Hellion. He's got a couple of Marines. A bit of a kitchen sink kind of push. But ByuN should be fine. Like, ByuN is not being overly aggressive. He doesn't move out across the map. He's chilling back at home. Has what he needs to defend. Lock it on the Hellion. Hellion does get saved, at least for a moment. The army is going to be forced back. ByuN defends. ByuN, he defends, he shuts us down. Lock-on gets broken, and so far a solid start for our red Terran. Again, like, the problem here is that ByuN has gone for this opener, he's gone for this start so often in this series that ByuN, he's just playing it safe. He's just playing it safe. He's like, you know what? You're probably just going to keep doing this. Let me just stay at home. let me just defend. It's crazy. The tank is exposed though. ByuN out of position. Boys are being pulled. The tank is going to be saved. Whew. Okay, nice repair. Does save the tank. That was a scary moment here for ByuN. It's terrifying. ByuN does hold, and ByuN, 3rd CC. 3rd CC is on the way. Likewise, I can say the same for ByuN as well. Oh, sorry, for ByuN, for both. So both Terrans, they've rushed into their 3rd. We have a Raven production on the way here for our blue Terran, and I believe ByuN is going to be add-on solving. Yeah, it does add-on solve. So we've seen this before, as we do get a drop into the main. Nice juggling. Lock-on is broken. Nice control there from ByuN. But like we've seen previously, and I'm brought back to Ultra Love, if I recall correctly, we do see... No, is it Ultra Love? Yeah, Ultra Love. We do see that ByuN is going to be only making a handful of Ravens. He makes two Ravens here from the side of our red Terran player. Our blue Terran is investing into additional Ravens. 3rd Ravens on the way. Ooh. Cyclones are shut down. Instead, ByuN goes for a faster add-on swap into Vikings. So he will have air control. He's pushing. ByuN does have that supply advantage. You see ByuN setting up on the high ground. But of course he can be disabled. There's a scan. We have the spotted Marine. We have the disable. And with that, ByuN, he has to abandon this. The tank does fall. Massive pickoff. ByuN is in trouble. He doesn't really have much of an army. He has 1 tank on the way. Yeah, he has nothing. He has nothing to defend. He is out of position, and with that, ByuN is going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throat. ByuN, he has to pull back. And you can see just the direct path right into the natural as well. We spoke about how aggression is favored at the 3rd base, but even here at the natural, it just hits so quickly. And that's good. This might just be game. This might just be game. 13 SCV kills. Mining is denied. More rally across the map, but ByuN takes his 3rd base on location. And ByuN just doesn't really have anything here to break out. Now, he has preserved his Ravens, and they're coming in from behind. We go for the mass disable. Nice on siege, though, here out of ByuN. Yeah, auto-charge save by time. And with that, ByuN, he saves his army. He does save the army. Boys are being pulled. The tank does siege. Again, the unsiege was brutal. And with that, GG gets called. We are going to the ace match. GG, ByuN. He punishes, he breaks out. And we're going to game 5. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. Again, a pretty intense game 4. And because of that, I'm a little bit concerned here for Ryung. I'm concerned for his opener. I feel like for the most part, ByuN, he almost hard countered Ryung with how defensive he was being. It was almost uncharacteristic seeing ByuN be that defensive and be that safe early on. But clearly, like, that's the way to approach Ryung, at least so far in this series. So did really well adapting, was able to shut him down early on, defend, GG. GG, well played. Was able to snowball out of control with his tank production. His Vikings did a great job zoning away as well. There was definitely an opportunity for Ryung's disables, but as you saw, ByuN was so quick to unsiege his tanks. Even though he got disabled, he saved every single tank. Disable the tanks, and that leads us all the way into the ace match. And this could go either way. This could go either way. Our next game, though, we're going to be loading into Errorholm. Errorholm is the smallest map in this tournament map pool. This is known for aggression, known for rushing. This is known for cheese, for all-ins. Oh boy. Now, something that we've seen quite a lot on this map in TVT is 2-port 2-base all-ins. We've seen that quite a lot, actually. It's a build that's a little bit out of meta, but Cure did it recently. I want to say, not Clem, of course. Clem doesn't play TVTs. Yeah, I'm thinking of mainly Cure. I think Cure has mainly brought that out. Curious to see if either ByuN or Ryung willing to indulge in that as well. There's another Terran that I'm thinking of. I might be thinking of Bunny. I might be thinking of Cure and Bunny. Here we go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Errorholm, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the other South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. Here we go. It all ends here. It all ends on Errorholm. Not the map that I was expecting, I'll be honest. But let's go. Let's embrace it. As we have our standard opener here out of ByuN, going for the initial Rax expand. Keep an eye on Ryung. Double gas opener here out of our Blue Terran player. So once again, we have the same builds and the same openers we had last game. With Ryung going for the faster 1-1-1 into faster Starport, into faster Cyclone drop. Meanwhile, ByuN opening up more economically instead. Now, I'm getting ahead of myself. Every time that we've seen Ryung open up double gas, it has led into that Cyclone drop opener. Doesn't have to lead into that, but we've seen that time and time again. We'll see if that trend continues. Personally, I would not want to see it. I mean, I am torn. I wouldn't mind seeing it here on Errorholm just because how small the map is, but in a vacuum, I wouldn't mind seeing it on this map. Specifically in the context of this series, I would be opposed to it just because of how often Ryung has relied upon it and how heavily the last game went in favor of ByuN. So here comes the CC on location. Ryung is scanning for proxies. Does check the natural, checks the third base location as well. He's setting up on the low ground as well. From here, we're expecting Tech Lab, we're expecting Starport. We're expecting Cyclone, but we'll keep an eye on Ryung. We have our Red Terran going for the add-on swap into Reactor to Hellion production. Okay, interesting. ByuN is mixing it up. Opening a Reactor to Hellion. This can lead into a Hellion drop. Bear that in mind. We did see that on a Maidel, if I'm not mistaken. See that earlier in the series. Meanwhile, Tech Lab on the factory. We'll see if we set up for an add-on swap. Okay, there we go. Safety Cyclones on the way. In production as well. Now, I'll be honest, Cyclone, an early Cyclone push, an early Cyclone drop, I do actually favor against Reactor to Hellion. If you remember, last game we didn't have Reactor to Hellion, we had defensive Cyclone instead. That is not happening this time. Okay. Meanwhile, we're not going for the drop. Alright, we're mixing it up. So both players are mixing up their openers. ByuN is committing to additional Hellion production. This is very aggressive. This is designed to break through the defensive line of units and to get into a mineral line and to roast up some SCVs. So very aggressive build here by ByuN, going mass Hellion. Meanwhile, ryung, add-on swap, no medevacs. 0 medevacs here from ryung. He has decided to just give up on his early pushes and early timings that he has been relatively successful with, but less so over the course of the series, going for earlier tank into earlier Raven. Usually he would open up double Cyclone. Here, only 1 Cyclone into tank. Now, how does this all unfold? Because of the mass Hellion that ByuN has, I think the early tank is going to be a little bit better here, assuming that he's able to secure the natural. We'll see. We'll see what ByuN even goes for with all these Hellions. I'm making the assumption that he tries to bust into the natural, but we'll see. We'll see if he's able to. Cyclone production now on the way here for ByuN. Building up his own Ravens. The tank count is going to be in lead here, or I should say ryung is going to have the tank advantage over his opponent. He'll have the tank lead. Just because, again, he only opened up with 1 Cyclone. Ooh, second starport's on the way. If you're good thing we brought it up. If you remember at the start of the game, I was talking about how like we've seen a lot of 2-port 2-base all-ins, and that's where I was bringing up Cure and then Bunny. I was bringing up Cure and Bunny. They've been very fond of 2-port 2-base all-ins. Meanwhile, the mass Hellion has been scouted. Ooh, Cyclone goes down, massive pickup. But this is a 2-base 2-port all-in here from ryung. Taking from Cure, taking from Bunny. Again, it's been quite trendy on this map. But a rough start for ryung. He will lose map control. ByuN being greedy, getting his 3rd CC on location. This is dangerous. Now, when it comes to this build that ryung's going for, to explain it a little bit, what a 2-base 2-port all-in entails is mass Viking. As you can see, we're making 3 Vikings at a time. This will ensure that ryung takes a Viking advantage and a Viking and an air control lead. He also has more tanks as well, so he has a tank lead, he has a Viking lead, and this usually ends with 1 Liberator. And the purpose of that Liberator, of course, is to bully the ground army, which you should be able to, considering that ryung has the air control with mass Viking. Now, Scan does see the setup, but does not see the 2nd starport. So, ByuN only has a piece of the puzzle, but he does have the ramp. True. Does control the ramp. ryung has to be careful. Does have to be careful here. Now, he can lead the charge with his air army, with his Vikings. Yep, scans at a time. Does see the setup. ryung, he pulls away. Pulls away for the time being. He's still making more Vikings. We're waiting for the Liberator. Not here yet. And ideally, ryung, he wants to lead the charge with his Vikings, maybe catch a Raven. Catch a Raven. And then push forward with his ground army as well. 3rd CC's on the way. Now, this is a late 3rd base out of ryung compared to his opponents. ByuN is already on location. So ryung, he has to get damage. ryung, he has to get damage done with this. He rotates. ByuN is in position. Are we going for the rocks? Yeah, we're going for the rocks here. We're going for the 3rd. Still very tense. The Viking count is in favor of ryung, of course. He's got 9 to 6. Oh! ryung has to pull back. Gets 1. Brings out 1 Viking. He's moving in. Doesn't commit. Doesn't commit yet. Rotating over. Getting, oh, almost another Viking. ryung is looking for an opening. Does try to push up the ramp. Boys are being pulled. He does commit in. And here come the Auto Towers. Auto Towers get thrown down. Nice disables here on the tank line. And ByuN, does he have enough? He does. Yeah, he breaks on through. He breaks the siege line. Mass disable. And again, ryung, he gets broken. He's going to get completely broken here. ByuN has done it. He has done it. He breaks through the main army. There's 1 tank left. It's not going to be enough. Whew. And GG gets called. GG, the 2-base all-in fails. And ByuN, he will break out. He will take the series 3-2. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, from the side of ryung, the purpose there was ideally to zone away the Ravens, and he failed to do so. He wasn't able to zone them away. The disables, they popped off. If he was able to deter those disables, then maybe he could have broken through, but alas, the Ravens were the MVPs there for ByuN, and he will overcome, he will overwhelm, he will take down ByuN. GG. GG, well played. Fun fact, this is the first time that ByuN has actually beaten ByuN in 2025. Let's go, let's go. Up until this point, we've actually casted all the series. ByuN has been able to defeat him in Sparkling Tuna Cup and in Alima League as well. So ByuN, he breaks ByuN's win streak, does claim a series. Did go all the way to the ace match. It was still very close and very intense, but GG. GG, well played. ByuN does claim it. And with that, we're getting ready for the final series of the broadcast. We're getting ready for a rematch. Oh boy. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the Wikipedia page yourself. Oh god. So you can have a look at the Wikipedia page as we are catching up on the bracket. Here we go. Here we have them. We do have ByuN. ByuN does take the series. Hold on. ByuN does take the series, does advance on. Hold on, I think. Need to fix this. But yes, ByuN does take the series. I don't know why, but something's wrong with our spreadsheet and ByuN is highlighted there. But ByuN does advance on, and we have Rogue versus ByuN in the decider match. Let's go. They're locked in the decider match. The winner of that series, of course, will make it into the playoffs. And this is going to be a rematch. As you can see here in the first series of the broadcast, Rogue did take down ByuN 2-0. And we'll see if Rogue can replicate that success or if ByuN can recover and bounce back. Let's go. Let us go. Because it's set to best of 3. It shouldn't be. It says best of 5. But with that, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have the final series. We'll have that decider match. See you soon after the break. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the decider match. The decider match here of the Rex Saber Madness Group D. We have gone through quite a broadcast already here, but we are down to our final two players. MaxPax already made it through into the main event, into the playoffs. Now we're here to determine who will join MaxPax along every other player in said playoffs as well. There's one spot left, and spawning in the right hand corner here of Frostline, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran, representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 5 ZVT. Here we go. Now, as a reminder, this is a rematch. It is a rematch. Earlier this broadcast, Rogue did take the series 2-0, but if you're watching that series, you would know that game 1, Rogue went for a 2-base roach all-in. I say 2-base. He went for, actually it was 3-base. 3-base roach all-in, where he just committed across the map. That was on Killer's Mile. And game 2 on Amygdala, we saw a very intense 40-minute late game of a Lurker, Swarm Host, Corruptor, Mass Overseer against Tank, Thor, Ghost from the side of ByuN. It was very close, very intense, very back and forth. In the end, Rogue did barely take it, was able to catch ByuN with his pants down one too many times, and ByuN was overwhelmed. And we'll see how this series unfolds. I bring up the previous 2 games just because they were very unique. They were very unique in kind of and how they unfolded and what they entailed. Amygdala is known for being very defensive and being able to get away with early game greed, which we did see from Rogue. If you remember, he skipped Bailings. It was crazy. He went Ling Hydra, no Bailings, and he got away with it. It was crazy what he achieved on Amygdala. It is difficult to do that here on Frostline. Frostline is a large map. True, it is a large map, but it is more accessible. There are a lot more attack paths to come into the 3rd, the 4th, and in between the bases. There's just so many more attack paths here, so aggression and rotations are favored here on Frostline. So we'll see. At the same time, though, it is more open. True, it is a little bit more open here outside in the map or on the map, so prone to surrounds. But I want to say that being able to turtle and defend and get into lurkers and get into that kind of late game is more difficult on Frostline. So we'll see. We'll see what direction our players do take us in. For now, 3rd CC before Starport. Economic build here by ByuN, going for a fast 3rd base into his own 1-1-1 setup. Meanwhile, we do have across the map Rogue getting into his own hatch gas pool into a 3rd. So standard opener out of Rogue. Economic build by ByuN. So far, so good. See how our players will approach this. Coming into this, I don't know who to favor, to be honest. I think after the first series, I do lean towards ByuN specifically. Again, I feel like the first 2 games that they had in the previous years are very unique and very specific, very, very particular. But we'll see if Rogue can get to that kind of game state again. A lot of it, I feel like, will come down to the maps. As ByuN does poke in, behind this going not into Banshee, does not go for the add-on swap, so he opens up Viking into Liberator, into early Stim instead. Interesting. So earlier Stim timing here out of ByuN. Oh, as he doesn't even open, my apologies. It doesn't even open Viking. Liberator first. So earlier Liberator into his bio, into early Stim. ByuN pushing through the center. And we'll see if he can find an opening. Meanwhile, we've seen this before. Double Eva Chamber here out of Rogue, double Eva Chamber into 1-1 upgrades. Now, if you remember, last time we saw this was on Amygdala when Rogue, he went 1-1 upgrades into Lair, into 2-2, into pure Ling Hydra, no Bailings. We're hell to just go for the dive. They break through the Lings, they bust into the main base, or a couple Lings trickling in, but he's going for the Mineral Lines. As more Lings do arrive, they get us around, and Rogue, he holds. Does hold on, does punishes, at the same time liberated into the main base, Spores in position, and Rogue he defends. I would say a better defense from Rogue. Yes, he lost 5 drones, but that was for what? That was for 6 Hellions, 1 Liberator, 1 Reaper as well. Better trade for the Zerg. And we should soon be seeing in the next 30 seconds, just before 6 minutes, Lair. Lair timing added to your Bailey Nest. So it's going to be a late Lair into non-existent Bailey Nest into Ling Hydra. This is the same build that we saw on Amygdala. Oh boy. Now I still do fall back on what I mentioned earlier, how I do think that it's more difficult to get away with that build on this map. I do think this map is more accessible and ByuN can be more aggressive, but losing all those Hellions early on is brutal. This means he has less support for his 7-minute timing. This means that he has less power in his 7-minute timing as well. So that was a big loss for ByuN. This means that Rogue, he's free to drone. He's free to drone up as heavily as possible. He's double expanding as well, getting a 4th base, getting a 5th base. Likewise, behind this, getting into his own lair. Does go for the Bailey Nest this time. Bailey Nest into a macro hatchery as well. Like Rogue, he is so free to do whatever he wants. And that is also why those Hellion dives are risky. And it just wasn't worth it. It hurt ByuN more than anything. And ByuN is in a rough position. Behind this, ByuN, he is up to 5 Raxes so far. Up to 5 Raxes. I'm not too fond of A-Raxing on this map, but we'll keep an eye on ByuN to see if he takes his gases. We'll see if he does take his gases. ByuN does move out. Move out gets spotted. Rogue is getting ready. As he just bypasses the main army, Ling Rama into the mineral line, and SCVs are going to be going down. Ay, ay, ay. Thankfully, there are reinforcements. Only 1 SCV falls. Delay mining time. ByuN moving in. He is going for the expansion. Hatchery is going to go down. Rogue, he is setting up a counterattack instead. Bailing speed is only halfway done. Remember, bailing speed is late with this build. Does at least have some Bailings. It's coming in for the surround. Yeah, tank is going to fall. Nice target firing on the Bailings. Very nice last minute control there from ByuN. But Lings, they peel off into the middle line. More SCVs going to be going down. Getting up to 9 SCVs. And Rogue pulls away. Pulls out, pulls away. ByuN pushing forward, denying creep. Rogue, he takes the northern base instead. Likewise, Hive is on the way, and remember, this is all building up towards Lurker tech, towards Hydras, Lurkers, and a Max Lurker army. At least that's what I would assume. I'm second-guessing myself for a moment here because I don't see a Hydra Den. This could, in fact, be Ling Bane into Ultra. Oh. Meanwhile, Marines up, they get caught out. Massive connections. Yeah, ByuN overextends. Tanks are going to be falling as well. Yeah, brutal surround. Tanks are picked off at the same time. ByuN pushing in towards the top side. And yeah, no Hydra Den. This does scream Ling Bane Ultra. We'll see if Rogue can get there. ByuN continuing his drop play. Limited anti-air, drop towards the south side as well. Northern base was denied. And the Hive is now done. Show us that tech, show us what you got. And there it is, there's that Ultra Cavern. Now, the biggest weakness of this build here, this style from Rogue, is lack of anti-air. That's why he has so many spores, because he does have no Corruptors or Hydras. He's limited to Vipers and Parasitic Bombs for his anti-air here. So ByuN has potential for drop play, as he does boost in. He will scout the Hive, and he will also get vision on the Ultra Cavern as well. Yeah, he knows. Does for the Ultra Cavern. Likewise, trading with the army. Ooh, Medevac goes down. Same time, Rogue, he goes for another Ling Runway. Goes for the 4th. Goes for the 3rd even. SCVs will fall. Rogue collapsing in the army. forcing friendly fire. And cleans up all the tanks as well. Rogue, he's just all over ByuN. He shuts down the middle line. 20 SCVs go down. GG gets called. ByuN is pulled apart before we even get to the Ultras. And Rogue will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Rogue, he will take a lead in the series. Again, just all over ByuN time and time again. A lot of it did come down to the first Hellion run by though. Like, it did kind of set the tone. It did set ByuN behind. Losing 6 Hellions at the start of the game like that, it was a big risk and it wasn't worth it in the end. With that, ByuN lost a little momentum. And if you remember, we spoke about it at the time. As soon as that happened, Rogue, he was free to drone as heavily as possible. Double expand, macro hatchery, tech up as well. It was free to do whatever he wanted. And he got away with it. Did get away with it. It was a strong start for Rogue. That leads us here into game number 2. Let's go. Leads us into game 2, and we'll see if ByuN can recover. As a reminder, it's a best of 5. Best of 5, plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. I want to believe in a back and forth. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Killer's Mile, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg leading the series 1-0, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. We go. So we are settling in and calming things down. So far, standard opening here out of Rogue, and once again, welcome one all to Killer's Mile. We've seen this quite often tonight. I want to say maybe even in every series, or yeah, maybe almost in every single series here tonight. In each matchup, we've seen a lot of Killer's Mile, and we'll see if ByuN is going to be able to be more secure here. We did mention before that the third base can be quite exposed on this map, and I do favor these 7-minute pushes and these stim timings as well. I do think there's a lot of power here that ByuN can take advantage of when it comes to the map itself, but we'll see if he's a little bit more passive, a little bit more tentative with his Hellions this time. Like, the Hellions are a big part of that. Like, if you're able to preserve your Hellions in the early game, and if you're able to make use of them coming into that first 7-minute push, you can actually finish up your armory in time, morph in Hellbats, and it's less about using your Hellbats to push into the bases, but more about protecting your tanks. You can use the Hellbats to protect your tanks from a run-by, from a counterattack, I should say, from a surround. Like, Hellions, they have their place in the mid-game. Less of a harassing unit, but more of a supporting unit. We'll see. Now we're calming down. Hatch gas pool, standard opener here out of Rogue. Does go for a standard opener. Likewise, ByuN does go for his own rack expand into factory. Into most likely third CC. Now dancing with the army, chipping away at the wings. Does chip away. Behind this third CC in the main. And likewise, ByuN also scouts the third base of Rogue as well. So everything looking as it should be. Everything looking normal. Last game, as a reminder, ByuN did open Liberator first with that starport. We'll see if we get another lid-based opener, or instead opening up into Banshee play, which we actually haven't seen so far out of ByuN against Rogue. Hasn't happened yet. Now, this is a rematch on this map. For those that remember, last time we saw Rogue on Killer's Mile, he did open up Roach. It was a Roach-based opener. He droned up to 63. It was like 62 or 63 drones. He did not saturate his fourth base. He got it just for Lava, and he went for one big 3-base all-in. And ByuN didn't see it coming. He did miss it completely. He was caught with his pants down, and Rogue did end the game with his Roach all-in. Now, because that already happened here in this broadcast against ByuN, I don't expect to see that again. It would be crazy. It'd be wild. And ByuN is playing safe. Banshee. This time does open Banshee. This is more ideal if you believe your opponent is playing roaches. More so than a Liberator opener. Of course, it has potential to harass and to get economic damage as well. True. Just a very safe and secure way to play. Overlord does confirm. Overlord gets eyes on the research on the tech lab. Is aware of Cloak. Is aware of the Banshee. Ooh, okay. Rogue is mixing it up. Lair first. Lair first out of Rogue this time. As a reminder, last game, Rogue did open up double Eva Chamber into double upgrades faster before Lair. If you remember, he went for almost a 6-minute Lair timing. This time at 4:30. Gases are being taken. Just the one gas for now. This can still just be for a Baneling Nest into Ling Bane, but we'll keep an eye out for Roach Warren or extra gases. ByuN poking in. Does poke in. Yep, safety Baneling Nest, so it's going to be Ling Bane out of Rogue. Rogue, he's not cutting as many corners this time. As Rogue, he does delay his Eva Chambers and he delays these upgrades in favor of the Lair, and in favor of the Overseer and the Scout. Speaking of, as soon as the Lair is done, Overseer morphs in. Likewise, will be done in time to defend against the Banshees. First Queen's under fire. Do we get a transfuse? Oh my god. Just barely in time, but one Queen will still go down. Meanwhile, the Overseer does rock up. Second Queen falls. Massive pickoff, getting 2 Queens. ByuN pulls away. He pulls back. We have more Raxes in production, getting up to his own 5 rack setup on 2 bases. So far, so good. In. Banshees on the right. Oh, they are going to be deflected. Rogue's keeping up. He's keeping up with ByuN. Likewise, Hydrogen on the way. So this time, Rogue's not going Ling Bane into Ling Bane Ultra. He's going into Hydrotech instead. So much more standard style here out of Rogue. Meanwhile, ByuN, he's building up his forces, getting ready for his first push. Again, we've reached 7 minutes. Changeling does scout the move out. We spoke earlier about how you can preserve these Hellions early on and morph them into Hellbats to actually bolster this move out. That's what's happening. Armory is on the way. It'll be for 2/2 and for said Hellbats as well. As ByuN is rotating towards that 4th. Let's rotate. Gases are being taken. Second factory's on the way. ByuN, he is taking up and getting ready for a 4th expansion. Armory is now done. And this is a decent position here for the tank. Here come the Hellbats. Hellbats morph in. Oh, the tank is within range of the Queens. Rogue, he does engage a little bit prematurely. Tank volleys here on the Banelings. Hellbats, they go down, they tank the Banelings. No more Banelings left over. And Rogue here overextends, he has to back off. A rough fight here for Rogue. At the same time, double jump towards the top side. And Rogue is being pulled apart. Again, that was a brutal fight, and in favor of ByuN. ByuN, he outtrades his opponents, sneaks up on the expansion. The 4th base, or sorry, I should say the 5th base is going to go down. It's going to be a kill. Rogue is struggling. He is struggling to keep up. We have more reinforcements on the way. Rogue collapsing in the army. Oh! That's forced to pick up. ByuN does pull away. Rogue, he just ignores the tank. Catching reinforcements. Nice round here by Rogue. Uh-oh. ByuN getting caught out. Does have to evacuate. 4 CC. It's going to be denied its own location. ByuN being so greedy. And will he finish it? Rogue is massing up more Lings. Hydras to get caught out. Oh, they got caught on A move. Yeah, that should not have happened. Rogue losing everything. He A moved his army. Hydras get caught. Does get the tank, but that was not worth it. As he will lose, what, 8 Hydras? 12. 12 Hydras go down. The CC will continue. And Rogue is hurting. Now, as the dust settles, Rogue is re-expanding, retaking his 5th base. He does preserve his drones. True, his mineral line has been untouched, but he has lost expansions. He has lost a lot of Hydras. Right now, the goal is Lurker Tech. As we've seen before, the goal here is to slow the game down, get into Lurkers, and try to make a longer game out of this. The problem, though, is that, again, aggression is favored on this map, and it's going to be a little bit easier for ByuN to break these defensive bases, these defensive lines. He splits off. Peels off a double drop towards the left-hand side. Main army towards the right. Forcing Rogue to split. Oh. Rogue, he does keep up with the drop. Meanwhile, expansion, I believe that's going to be a cancel. Ooh, that was a kill. Ah, good. That was a kill, not a cancel. Bailey's rolling in. Using connections. Oh, god. Decent connections initially, but rough towards the end. Will lose all his banelings, but Lurkers have arrived. And that's what matters here. The Lurkers have arrived. Rogue goes to Turtle to defend. We'll see if he can keep up. Alright, shot about to go off. Oof. On the Lings. Nice surround there out of Rogue. He shuts down the army. Does shut him down. Rogue, he's holding, he's defending. That one Marine drop. Let's go. He gets a drone. He gets 1. He gets 2. And he gets away. 2 Marines so far. Remember that. We'll see if we get any more. There are 2 drones so far, I meant to say. Oh. Going for another drone. Doesn't quite get it. Yo, the hero Marine. Let's go. I mean, he is distracting Rogue, and likewise, Creep is receding. Creep is a rough resource here for Rogue. It's being shut down time and time again. There's no Creep on the map. ByuN still pushing in. He rotates once again. Oh. Again, the rotations are more difficult to deal with than on Amygdala. On Amygdala, there's only 2 attack paths. Here, there's even more. Are multiple angles of attack. Then Runby does go for the planetary. ByuN, he commits in. He does have ghosts. Oh, we'll take some banelings to the face. He does get on top of the army. Gets 1 Lurker. 1 Lurker goes down. Plenty of banelings roll in. But that's my shots. And meanwhile, that's going to be a kill. A kill here on the planetary. Ay. A brutal pickup. And Rogue is maxed. Rogue is maxing out. He's on 8, soon to be 13 Lurkers. Nidastorm is on the way. And again, Rogue is attempting to slow the game down. I say attempting because it is difficult here. He barely has any active tumors, any active creep on the map. He's not even connecting his bases. Changelings get caught. Checking the vision, there is 1 Ling here in the center. Burrowed Ling. That's really all the vision he has. Once again, building up his Master Overseer. He's getting there. Just focusing on defense. Trying to take another expansion. Spots the Lunkers. Going for the snipe. Gets 1. Gets up. Gets 2. 2 Lurkers go down, and Queen goes down as well. Very nice trades. Very nice snipes. He does have to pick up. Oh my god. Oh, bleeding out 3 of those ghosts. Yeah, no pickup there from ByuN. Lurkers, they coming to punish. And as the army's trading, Rogue is getting away with the double expand. He's trying to. That's a lot of ghosts. Liberators are on the way. Bailey's they roll in. They take down 2 ghosts. But the snipes are brutal. Getting 1. Taking down 1 more lurker. And we just see this round. Last ByuN his own creep. Lurkers they borrow in time. He catches out some of the ghosts. Force the pickup. Does force the pickup. Another Link Rumbai comes in. Denies mining. Denies the CC. And Rogue holds. Rogue, he holds onto the expansion. He does double expand. No saturation yet. The Liberators are being dealt with. They go down to the Hydras. They go down to the Queens. It's been a little bit messy here. ByuN, he has been able to outtrade in a sense, but was forced back. Pressure was alleviated. Both armies are maxing out. We'll go to the Night Swarms. Connecting the bases. Let's connect. Again, the game is slowing down. This is giving Rogue a little bit more time to build up. We have side defense on the way, spores. Dealing with these Liberators. ByuN is moving in. Rogue, he's somewhat in position. At least bottom right, he cannot defend top left though. I say that lurkers are likewise rotating over. Rogue, he splits up. Takes out the Liberators. Lurkers, they do see. Oh my god, they siege up in time. They punish the army. That was 4 ghosts going down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, ByuN not reacting in time. And Rogue is moving in. Let's move in. Going for the planetary. Bailings, they roll in towards the bases. Actually towards the ghosts. Rules zone away. But they don't get much done. Again, there was potential. They could have gone for the planetary. Meanwhile, Nidus into the main base. Lurkers, they do on Burrow. Yeah, massive siege. Hydras, they are still going for the planetary. Oof. As Liberators are defending. Lurkers, they get some damage done. I'm still not so sure this is quite worth it though. Going for the CC. Sniping the fusion core. And this is an expensive trade here from Rogue, as he will lose every single lurker here. Catches out some of the army. Does catch him out. Production is going to be delayed. Rogue pushing further in, catching up more ghosts. Yeah, 6 ghosts going down. Massive pickups. Planetary gets surrounded, and the planetary will fall as well. Rogue popping off, pulling ByuN apart. Lurkers in the main, they're still getting damage done. Going further in. Further into the main, forcing another scan. CC was killed. A little away. That was what, 20 SCV kills. Now, thankfully, ByuN does have a base on the left-hand side. Likewise, the fights are still close. Does scouts on the army once again, he forced around. Does surround, picks off so many ghosts. Yeah, rough engage there for ByuN. Nidus back into the main. Lurkers are still being as annoying as possible. Well, they break the lock-ons. Just dive into the Nidus worms, they break the lock-ons. More bases on the way, more expansions. And the Liberators, they've been doing quite well for themselves. They've been doing a great job harassing. That's right, how many libs? 12? Jesus. 12 Liberators. There is a Spire. Speaking of Liberators, they deny mining. More denied mining time. More of a delay in the production. Speaking of, getting more drones. Oh god. All the freedom, all the liberation. Let's go. Does siege up. Does up all the liberators. Now a couple of Vipers have arrived, still no Corruptors. 18 Hydras should be enough anti-air. Of course, Rogue can abduct. Does launch forward, massive Maestro going up. Here come the abductions, gets 1, gets 2. Gets 3, takes out every single Liberator, massive pickups. Ling Bane shuts down the Ghosts, and ByuN is falling apart here. Losing out all his libs, losing out all the Ghosts. Marines and Marauders left over, barely an army. And this has been a more chaotic game and more intense game than what we saw in Amygdala, that is true. But these are losses that Rogue can afford and losses that ByuN cannot. As ByuN, he's lacking gas, he hasn't retaken them here in the center. ByuN, he's running out of steam. Nice drop though. Takes down the Nidus. Meanwhile, backup Nidus here towards the natural. The Lurkers on one of the most important mining bases here at ByuN. Flying mining. Throwing away more Liberators. As Liberators, they do continue. They're getting value. Just forcing out all these spores. Yeah, he's remaxing. He's remaxing. Rogue likewise looking to move in. So Rogue does spot the army. With this rotation, he can go for the planetary as well. As Parabomb does go off. Oh my god, yoinks the Medivacs. Does cost a lot of energy. Another power bomb as well on the Liberator. Yeah, he's going for the planetary. He's going for the base. Ling's AP Love. Ghost gonna be going down. Getting 1 Ghost. Planetary falls, and Rogue can just back off. He can just back off from here. Does pull away. And ByuN, he's on his last legs. He's running out of steam. He's running out of economy. He is struggling to remax. Has a decent size or a decent army composition, that is true, but the size is what's hurting him. As Rogue's ready to dive in. Shall see abductions. Surrounds a ghost. Powerbombs on the Liberators. And he overwhelms. He overwhelms the army. Takes down every single ghost, takes down every single Liberator as well. And there just is not enough left over. Again, it was an intense back and forth, but for the most part, ByuN just couldn't really sustain himself. Couldn't get these bases up and running, just denied mining time and time again. GG gets called, and Rogue will take a 2-0 lead. Whew, GG. GG will play it again. A very intense back and forth here. Rogue, he did get away with his greed, with double expanding, with triple expanding. ByuN early on was doing a great job at denying creep, but he was unable to deny the bases. Not completely, I should say. And eventually Rogue, he stabilized. He got into his lurker tech, he was able to stabilize. There were definitely some opportunities where ByuN was able to do economic damage, of course, and to slow down the lurkers, but once they got going, they didn't really stop. Did not stop. A big moment for Rogue was when he got the Nidus up in the main. The lurkers were able to distract ByuN and to drag away part of his army. That is the moment when, if you remember, that's the moment when Rogue broke the center base. When he broke the center planetary, was able to get a handle on the economy and get a handle on the production. And from there, Rogue, he was able to stabilize, get all his bases up and running. GG. GG, well played. And with that, ByuN is up against the wall. ByuN, he's in trouble here. One more loss, and he is out of the tournament. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I don't want to see a 3-0. I want to see a game 4, a game 5. We'll see. We shall see. I'd love to know your thoughts on the new proposed map pool. I've already expressed myself to Wax. Shout out to Wax Angel, of course. He's the head of the TLMC admin team. We had a brief conversation about it. I did basically I said that I appreciate which maps were chosen so far, but I mean, we spoke about it during the podcast. True. I'm not too fond of the idea of how the maps were chosen. My biggest concern is it is a good way to pick certain maps in a vacuum, but what's important is how an entire map pool is constructed and how it's formulated and how it comes together as a map pool. And that's my biggest concern, is to make sure that there's good enough variety there. For those that don't know, right now there is a temporary proposed map pool, and it is constructed based on placements and votings on certain maps. And the thing is that all those the way that those maps were decided were on an individual basis to come together to form a map pool, which I don't think is the best way to make a map pool. But in general, I actually like the maps. Despite how it's made, I actually do think that the maps chosen are a good thing. But yeah, there's definitely a lot to get into. For now, though, we can focus on our series. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our South Korean Zerg player, our blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. I'll say games like this, you may see the effect of the gross supply increase. I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that. I think that game was the previous game was a little more chaotic. I do think that if you were to see the map like Amygdala, for example, you can see kind of the strength that's. I mean, hey, we're back on Amygdala. True, we're back on Amygdala. We might be in that game state once again, but ByuN, he was able to hold his own with Mass Ghost against his opponents, bearing in mind that you can get away with a lower SCV count to make up for that supply, and a higher mule count, of course, in the late game. Specifically in that last game, what's important was that it was a little more chaotic. You rarely had moments where ByuN was able to max out, as there was a little more action, a little more aggression that was happening. Part of that is the map, though, and on a map like Amygdala, the game will slow down a little more easier here. This map is known for longer macro games. It is known for being able to defend and secure your bases a little more easier here on a 3, 4, and 5 base setup. The last time we were on Amygdala, we had what, like a 45-minute game, like almost 50 minutes. So it's possible that we might get there again on this map. It also shows just how important maps are. The previous map, of course, Killer's Mile, is more open, is a little more open, a little more accessible, which is why we saw just like counterattacks and run-bys and drops and Liberator harass and just chaos all over the place, which I appreciated. But it was in that chaos that Rogue was able to come out on top. Here we go. Do you have any guesses on what maps might go live? If you haven't checked, they have already been announced what the temporary map pool is. I say temporary because, from my understanding, Wax, it is what's the word I'm looking for? We might be changed. It's temporary, which means that most likely it's going to be updated and most likely adapted and adjusted. It's prone to change, I think is the word I was looking for. But yeah, right now, from my understanding, Waxy's getting feedback from a bunch of other figures in the community to get their feedback, to get a better idea of what maps to kind of include into the map pool and bring it all together. But there's a temporary map pool that's currently public. Again, it was all spoken about during the podcast. It's a shame to have an incredible game with such little support. I mean, what's important is that we are getting the tools that we need, and we have the contacts that we need to actually continue to support the game, to continue to push forward map pools and potentially balance patches as well. Like we spoke about this before, again, during the podcast, about how right now is the time to kind of like come together and to like take action and be very active when it comes to bringing together crowdfunding events and bringing together tournaments and pushing for changes and bringing together map pools, for example, or balance changes and all that stuff, and taking a stronger role in the community, in the scene, to keep everything going. It's an important year. It's a very important year for that, to kind of like shape what StarCraft 2 esports is going to look like coming into 2026 and onwards. I think it's very important. Like, now is the time not to be doomer. It's a very important time in StarCraft. Whether you're a creator or a fan or a viewer, all that good stuff. But now though, we are going to be settling in. So far, we are, of course, once again embracing Amygdala. This is the second time we've seen these two players on this map tonight. Of course, this is a rematch from their previous series. Now we can focus on our games themselves. So far, standard economic openers here. We have a 5-rack setup here initially from ByuN. Did open up with his initial stim timing. And he's pushing out. Here we go. Does move out. Again, ByuN, he did cut Hellions at 4, so he was able to get out of Hellions a little bit sooner into his earlier stim timing into this move out. Here we go. ByuN is here to try to knock down the 4th base. We'll see if he can. Bailing speed is only just now beginning, so late bailing speed out of Rogue. And the bailings, they should not connect. Oh god, one of them does. That's going to be 12 Marines going down. That should not have happened. ByuN, he does overextend again onto creep against slow bailings. And with that, Rogue defends. Rogue, he defends. That shouldn't necessarily have happened there, so that was a bit of a slip up there by ByuN. Bit of miscontrol. And despite the late bailing speed, Rogue, he defends. Who needs bailing speed? Who needs Who needs it? Rogue, he defends. He does secure himself. Getting on top of the army. Oh. Taking down a full medevac. Nice pickoff. Full medevac goes down. And Rogue, he is holding, he's defending, and ideally, as we've seen before, wants to take up into Lurker Tech. There it is. Hive is on the way. Infestation bit's already done. No Hydrogen yet. We'll keep an eye out on Rogue. Does he go for the Hydrogen? Does he go for Lurkers again? Or do we embrace Ultras instead? He has two options. He has two options. He has two different tech paths. We'll see where he takes us. For now, ByuN applying pressure. Ling Rambai does hit the goal base. Looking for a cancel. Oh no! And can he force it? It's gonna be close. Can he lift in time? He cannot. That's a kill. That's a kill. Not a kill. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Not like this. That was a kill in the CC. A brutal loss there for ByuN. I mean, it was close. It was almost done. If it did finish in time, he could lift, of course. But, alas, ByuN is falling apart a little bit here, whether it came to the bailing connection earlier, when it came to the killed CC. And the Hive is done, and do you see what I see? I see no Hydroden, so it is going to be Link Bane into Ultra Tech from the side of Rogue. Rogue has a lot of momentum on his way, on his side. And it's going to be a rough defense here for ByuN. He has yet to take into Ghosts. There's that Ultra Cavern that we did mention. And without Ghosts, it's going to be a tough hold here for ByuN. Now, ByuN, there's still ways to bounce back in this game. There's still ways to be active and to get into mineral lines or to counterattack and to out-trade the Ling Bane. True. Like ByuN, he can try to bait the army into tank fire. As I say that, Rogue just commits. He will get one tank. Oh, he does not. Never mind. Doesn't get the tank. Brutal shots going off. Really well positioned there for Rogue. Already a better fight for ByuN. And this is what he needs. This is what he needs here. To bait Rogue into bad fights. Rogue, he attempts to surround. Collapsing on the army. Yeah, much better angle this time for Rogue. Takes down two of the tanks. Pulls away with the mainlings. This time Rogue doesn't commit. Better pickoffs for the Zerg player. At the same time, ByuN pushing in towards left hand side. Sims on forward. Oh. Getting caught out once again. Let's get caught out. ByuN still being aggressive, still trying to break his opponent. Problem now, though, is that we have Ultras massing. 3-3-3 on the way. Yo, the token Swarm Host, let's go! Look, you're not a real Zerg player unless you make a token Swarm Host. True, true. Once again, awkward position here for Rogue. We'll take down the tanks. Collapse on the army. Yo, Locust Wave pops up. Let's go. And Rogue will clean this up. He'll clean up the army. He'll overwhelm. At the same time, ByuN does go for a drop. There are defenses back at home. And Rogue commits. So he will overextend though. ByuN is ready on top of the ramp. Now, what I will say is that ByuN at least he has rebuilt the goal base. And the goal base is allowing him to have a boosted economy to recover. I still do favor Rogue coming into this. But ByuN is still in this game. Still in this game, he had some decent trades earlier. Ghost production has begun. He's getting into mass Marauder. That's a very Marauder heavy composition. And Rogue, he's waiting for his upgrades. Again, 3-3 are still on the horizon. No Vipers yet, which is a little bit concerning. Oh, never mind. Who needs Vipers when you have Dropper Lords on the way? Rogue setting up a Doom Drop. Okay. Show us what you got. The rocks were not dealt with, so you can see how awkward it is to rotate. Back and forth. Back again. Yo, the Swarm Host. I feel like we should just kill it at this point. Swarm Host isn't really helping too much. It's hurting Rogue more than anything, but here we go. Doom Drop into the natural. Massling. Rogue trying to catch out the ghosts. Takes down two of the tanks. Likewise, two ghosts go down. Massive pickoffs. Takes down two ghosts. Kills the CC. That's a kill, not a cancel. Ling drop into the natural. Getting another tank. Going for the E-base as well. Going for the E-base, pushing forward, and ByuN is being pulled apart. Yeah, the ghosts know where they need to be. Another tank falls. And massive pickoffs. ByuN, he will defend the natural, but that's going to be 13 SCV kills and another tank. Really not. Really saves that final tank. And again, this is all just keeping ByuN busy or keeping him pinned back at home. As the drops they continue, another massive Doom Drop here into the mineral line. Now this time ByuN, he does have his army in position. He's ready here at the natural. Likewise, turrets are built up as well. So this isn't going to be as successful. Okay, Rogue, he has to calm down. Up! Oh, he pulls away. And Rogue, he will lose one full Overlord. Just one. Rogue, he comes out. Oh god. He tries to come back. Loses two more Overlords. This is not it. It's not it, Pappy. It's not it. Please add a lot of Lings. Meanwhile, Rogue going for the mineral line, going for the SCVs. Oh, takes out the planetary. And up. Oh, does connect. Oh my god, 25 SCVs going down. And ByuN, he's falling apart here. He's being pulled apart, torn apart left and right. Again, it was a rough start. We did mention earlier, ByuN losing his 4th base. It was a kill, not a cancel in the CC earlier. Likewise, taking a rough fight on creep against the slow Banes. Well, it did just build up to this. It allowed Rogue to have a little more freedom early on. It allowed him to get into this game state in a cleaner position. ByuN is struggling. As ByuN is trying to fortify himself. Catching another ghost. Oh, not quite. Ghosts do pick up. They run right towards the right hand side. Nice side here on the ultras. Bailey's coming in for the surround, at least attempting to. Nice kiting back. Pass out. Oh, no, he gets trapped. Gets pinned back. Another planetary goes down. That's all that matters here. That's all that Rogue needs is deny bases. Deny bases, deny mineral lines, and ensure that ByuN he has no economy to rebuild and to sustain himself. Now, I still would prefer a couple of spellcasters sprinkled in, whether it's Infestors or Vipers. They both have their place to make it a little bit easier to break these siege lines. But now Rogue, though, he's just brute forcing his way through. Just brute forcing it. Slides pop up. Bailey's still rolling in though. Collapsing on top of the tanks. And the tanks, they will fall. They go down one after the other. These are still better trades here for Rogue. As ByuN is trying to hold on. Trying to. Rogue is able to just rebuild, reinforce, and do this over and over again. Now, I was hoping for a back and forth series. I was hoping for a game 4 or a game 5, but this is just a really rough game state for ByuN. He just cannot maintain himself as he moves out onto creep. Once again, another planetary is under threat, under fire, and he gets surrounded. Planetary gets surrounded, planetary goes down. Another base is denied. This is really all the economy that ByuN has left. He's down to, what, 2 half bases. Oh, we're replacing the token swarm hosts. Let's go. Another one on the way. Did the first one die? It did. Yeah, we have to replace him. True. Have to replace him. Thankfully, ByuN noticed. That was crazy. Rogue, calm down. You're being cheeky, Pop. You're being cheeky. Aye. He's having fun. Aye. Giving me a heart attack. Ugh. Now Knight is into the main. Rogue pushing in once again. Collapsing on top of the tanks. Well, there's just barely any support here. Tanks are going to go down. And we get a full surround here on the Ghost as well. And that's gonna be it. That's all we had left. GG gets called. Rogue, he will overwhelm. He will claim the series 3-0, advancing on in 2nd place out of Group D. GG. GG, well played. Saludos, Pipers, saludos. GG, well played. Congratulations, Rogue. He will claim the series, will advance on in 2nd place. ByuN is out of the tournament. But again, a very intense series here, even previous best of 3 as well, as we switch our things over and catch up on the group itself. Let's go. Let us go. As we do have our final results coming in, we have MaxPax. He took down ByuN 2-1. Honestly, again, very close series. Like, that first series of the broadcast was intense. MaxPax, he did barely defeat ByuN. Likewise, he had a much stronger, much more dominant showing against Rogue. He did take the 3-0 for Rogue, and MaxPax did advance out in 1st place. Meanwhile, Rogue took down ByuN 2-0 initially, went down to MaxPax, and was able to come out on top in the rematch once again versus ByuN, with overall a 5-0 scoreline against ByuN back to back to back to back. We also had a very intense series between Ryung and ByuN. I do recommend it. It was a very fun, very back and forth TVT. In general, Ryung, his matches here tonight, I feel like with the almost the highlights of the broadcast. I say almost because there was definitely a lot of intensity, especially in the first best of 3 between ByuN and Rogue. In that first best of 3, but regardless, GG well played. Again, ByuN just having a bit of a harder time here against Rogue. And I should also emphasize that Rogue, he did play differently. We had different styles. We had Roach all-ins, we had Lingbane Ultra Tech, we had rushing into Mass Lurker into 50-minute games. We had quite a bit of diversity here, and yeah, quite a bit of chaos as well. I'm brought back to the game on Killer's Mile, where we saw just non-stop aggression, limited harass, ghost out on the map as well, drop play all over the place. GG well played. Was a lot of fun, was a lot of fun, very entertaining matches here tonight, and that will wrap up the group stage. The group stage has been wrapped up, has concluded, and now we can catch up on the playoff bracket. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us head on over here and catch up on the month of StarCraft. So for those that are curious, for those who are unaware, shout out to Rex. The tournament is called the Rex April Madness because Rex, he's crazy, papi, especially in April. As Rex, he is a Taiwanese Zerg player, but this year he has started investing more time into content creation. He's been casting a lot more. He's been doing a lot more casting, a lot more content creation, and recently started hosting tournaments as well. It began last month. Last month in March, we had the Rex March Madness. Now we have the April Madness as well. It is a month-long event. The last week we had Group A and Group B. This week we have C and D. Next week, the playoffs. So 3 weeks. 3 weeks of content, 3 weeks of StarCraft. The tournaments have been lasting 3 weeks each, and it's been quite intense. We have Group A. Here we have Group A. Hero and Solar did make it out of the initial group. Gumiho and Lemon did not. We had Clem, Classic, Bunny, and Zan also advancing on out of the group stage. Shin last did struggle there in the group stage, nice as well. Cure and Dark also failed to make it out. Scrolling on down, we have Group D. We just wrapped up with MaxPax and Rogue advancing on in first place, first and second. ByuN and Ryung not quite making it through the group stage. Didn't make it through. And that leads us here into the playoff bracket. Now, I believe the bracket is going to be seeded later on tonight or tomorrow, so yet to be determined, but shout out to Rex. Rex, of course, is putting in a lot of hard work to seed this and to make this a reality. You can see here, top 8. We have our top 8 players, and we'll see what the bracket looks like coming into this. The way that it usually works is that players that made it out in first place will face off against players in second place. That is something to bear in mind. We're going to have 2 Zerg players with Solar and Rogue. We're going to have 3 Protosses in Hero, Classic, and MaxPax. Oh, and Zan, sorry, 4 Protosses. And we're going to have 2 Terrans in Clem and Bunny. Again, Bunny had a very strong showing in Group C, flexing his TVP, to be honest. His TVP was crazy. Like the highlight of that series was Bunny versus Down, 100%. That best of 5 was out of this world. I do recommend it if you missed out on any of these matches and any of these groups. If you want to tune in, check out the VODs. Check out the VODs over on YouTube. We do upload on a daily basis, plenty of content. And again, when it comes to the playoff bracket, that'll be next week. Next week, it's going to be a 2-day event. Day 1 is going to be the round of 8. Round of 8, these are all best of 5s. Pure best of 5s in the round of 8, then best of 7 semis and best of 7 grand finals. So day 1 is the round of 8. Day 2 will be the semis and finals thereafter. There you go. There you go. That is going to be next week, so do tune in. Otherwise, we have plenty more StarCraft on the horizon. Plenty more StarCraft to come. Let's go. Who is Lemon again? Was he someone who name changed? No, Lemon is a Taiwanese Protoss player. He has been around for many years. I think he debuted back in like 2019, I think. So, nice. He's been around for a very long time. Very long time here. But here we go. We do have our schedule. We have our weekly schedule here. We just wrapped up with our evening broadcast on Thursday with the April Madness. Earlier this morning, we were live with Little League Cup. And tomorrow morning, we're going to be live with Little League Cup once again. That's going to be at 9 a.m. KST. That's going to be at 10 a.m. AEST. That is going to be in 8.5 hours. In 8.5 hours, we're live on this channel with some more StarCraft with Little League Cup. That is going to be our... Actually, you know what? I have the technology. I can just show you. It's crazy, I know. Hold on. Hi. Do I have the display here? I do. There we go. So in 8.5 hours, we're going to be live with Little League Cup 36, and I actually have the bracket ready to show you. Bam! Oh, that's not quite it. Wait. Oh, hold on. Bam. There we go. That is the bracket we're going to be covering in 8.5 hours. We have day number 2 of Little League Cup. That is going to be Trigger versus Shin and Creator versus Cure, leading into the grand final. So again, that's going to be in 8.5 hours. So do tune into that. It's going to be a blast, I'm sure. Again, we have a lot of variety here when it comes to our top 4 players. That is going to be tomorrow's broadcast. Again, so that's in 8.5 hours. Otherwise, on Saturday, we have KSL, we have MSO, Sunday, we have Firegrow Cup, and we have the Brazilian StarCraft 2 circuit as well, as the offline event in Brazil is on the horizon. So that is the beginning here of the offline event. That isn't offline, but that is the online portion leading into the offline finals. So a lot of content on the horizon, a lot of content to come. Again, our next broadcast is in 8.5 hours. You can see that we do have half a day off this week. Let's go. We have half a day off this week. Tomorrow, Friday evening, we will not be casting StarCraft. Instead, gonna be laddering some StarCraft instead. I'm gonna be streaming on my personal channel. If you want to tune in, !light in the chat. I got you covered. !light. I do stream on, actually whenever I can. As you can see, I'm usually casting, so I don't often get time to stream, but every now and then we get half a day off, and then I can stream. Then I can ladder. You can check me out there if you wish. Otherwise, it's all about casting. It's all about casting. It's all about StarCraft. Again, we are live more than any other channel out there, more than Pig, more than Wardy, more than anyone else. All the content, all the StarCraft. We have the quantity, and we have some quality as well. We have some quality here on the CranKy Ducklings as we cast as often as we can. And again, next week we have even more StarCraft to come. I'm looking forward to maybe having a little bit more time off in May. It's been intense. It's been a very intense schedule, let me tell you. It's been a very intense schedule. I would appreciate some extra time off in May. We'll see what happens though, because someone was bringing it up earlier. We did just get an announcement of EWC qualifiers, DreamHack Dallas, GSL, Star Zagora. Like we just got confirmation of what the circuit is looking like this year in 2025 for StarCraft 2, and we're probably going to get involved in some way when it comes to community casts, qualifiers, B stream, C stream, D stream sort of stuff. We're probably going to have to get in contact with a bunch of people and figure that stuff out. So yeah, it's you thought our schedule was already busy. It's about to get busier. It's it's about to get even more intense with even more StarCraft. So yeah, look forward to it. Do look forward to it. Exciting times. For those that missed out, I do recommend checking out the podcast. We actually did host the podcast yesterday, and we did bring up and we did speak on a lot of the news of the week when it came to player transfers, and more importantly about the new proposed Team Liquid map contest map pool, which is on the horizon. Wax Angel has already said that they do intend to release the map pool before EWC. I think he said before the EWC qualifiers, which would be ideal. So already, good news on the horizon here when it comes to having regular updates for the ladder map pool. Very, very exciting stuff. The next thing that I think is on everyone's mind, my mind included, is a patch, right? Do we get a new patch before EWC as well? Personally, I hope so. I hope we are able to get a new patch. I will say that the fact that we have a new map pool on the horizon is a good thing. I think it shows, I think it's a very positive thing, just because it shows that clearly it's not like now that ESL aren't in charge of handling that sort of thing, it's not like now we have cut ties with Blizzard. That is not the case. Blizzard are in contact with those at Team Liquid or at TL for the TLMC, so clearly there is some communication that we do have with them as a community, with Blizzard as a publisher, to be able to provide updates for the game for StarCraft. If we're able to have ladder map pool updates, most likely we can probably propose balance changes as well. The question becomes, is the Balance Council able to come together and come to an agreement and formulate a cohesive patch to bring forward and to push live before EWC? Personally, I would hope so. I would hope so. And again, it already seeing that we have a new map pool on the horizon shows that there's potential for that. But it comes down to the team working behind the scenes on actually bringing together a patch that is agreed upon to push forward and to go live. So we'll see. Overall, though, hearing that we have a new map pool on the horizon, it does give me at least some optimism, because it's already one step in the right direction and one step closer to being able to push forward a patch like that. So it is definitely a good sign. Whether we will get that, though, we'll see. We shall see if that does happen before EWC or not. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Yeah, it is exciting, papi. Este Darking, papi. Este Darking. Let's go. As with that, we're wrapping up here for the broadcast for the evening. We're going to be heading off, and we'll see you guys in 8.5 hours for some more Lily Cup, or we'll see you guys over the weekend for some more StarCraft action. Again, 24 hours from now, we won't be live on this channel, but I will most likely be playing some Final Fantasy on my personal stream. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Stick around. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Not too sure who's live at the moment, but we'll find someone. We'll find someone that's playing StarCraft. I see that Loco is playing some Warcraft 3. I see that Wardy's playing Tempest Rising. Hearthstone is live. Who else? Rushi is live. Oh, Tap Brood War is live. Let's go. We'll find someone. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for support, and we'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. That's all right. If you want to support us, Patreon. How could I forget? If you want to support us, Patreon is the place to be. Again, right now is a time in StarCraft where community support is that much more important when it comes to funding so many events, whether it's the Pigsty Festival, whether it's GSL with their Patreon, whether it's KSL with their Patreon, or whether it's the CranKy Ducklings with our Patreon. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis. It funds our weekly tournaments and our monthly tournaments as well. It all does boost the prize pool for our tournaments, so if you want to support StarCraft, then Patreon is the place to be. Otherwise, following us is all that we ask for. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Till then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.